The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 4th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Vince Fong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the cruel cuts Republicans want to make to SNAP, this food assistance program. This would be the largest cuts in our nation's history. No one in the United States should go hungry. No one in the United States should go hungry. Unfortunately, President Trump and Republicans don't agree. They want to make the largest cuts in our nation's history to the food assistance program that we call SNAP. House Republicans just voted to do this. When did they do it? They did it in the middle of the night, under the dark of cover, so it wouldn't be covered, so nobody would see. House Republicans voted to take away food assistance from hungry Americans. House Republicans' plan would cut $300 billion from SNAP. That means ripping away meals from children, seniors, veterans, and families just trying to get by. Why? All to pay for tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. SNAP is not a handout, it's a lifeline. And behind every SNAP benefit is a person, a mother, a veteran, a neighbor, doing everything they can to survive. Now, we also know that food assistance helps keep people healthy, and it helps them survive. What do Republicans say when constituents have expressed concerns about cuts to things like health care, programs to keep them healthy, like SNAP? This is what they say. Well, we are all going to die. This is an actual quote. This is what Republicans are telling the American people. Well, you're going to die anyways. How outrageous is that? How cruel is that? That may be true someday, but Mr. Speaker, it is no excuse to let people starve today, and not because of Republicans' cruel policies. We should not turn our back on millions of Americans in their fight to survive poverty and live with dignity. Republicans are doing nothing to bring down cost. Instead, their policies and their failures to act is making life more expensive for hardworking Americans during a time when inflation and rising grocery prices make it harder for people to get by. So let me tell you about Tylen. Tylen is a single mother of 4 from Wilmington, California, in my district. She fell on hard times. Tylen was homeless and lost custody of her children because she simply could not afford to feed them. SNAP changed everything. With help, she got back on her feet. Today, she has a stable home and has regained full custody of her children. Let me tell you also about Michael. Michael is a 66-year-old disabled veteran from San Pedro, California, in my district. He served in the Army for 7 years. Now he and his partner, Suzanne, rely on SNAP to afford groceries. Without it, they go hungry. For Tylen, for Michael, and 42 million Americans, food assistance programs like SNAP is so critical. It's not a luxury. The Republican budget bill to cut SNAP is a direct threat to the well-being of them and to millions of Americans. House Democrats stood strong and voted to oppose these cuts, and the fight is not over. We will not stand by silently while Americans are pushed into hunger. I urge the Senate to reject these cuts, and I urge my House Republican colleagues to grow a spine to fight so Americans don't go hungry. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a dear friend, a brilliant coach, and one of the most original minds college football has ever known, Coach Mike Leach, whose long overdue path to the College Football Hall of Fame was finally cleared with last week's decision to revise the Hall's eligibility criteria. As such, Mike Leach will be eligible for Hall of Fame in 2027. Mike Leach wasn't just a coach. He was the most influential mind in college football in the last 30 years. And no one is more deserving of being in the Hall of Fame. Mike was a pioneer. He was the architect of the air raid offense, a system that changed the game and launched the careers of countless players and coaches, and revolutionized football from the high school level to the heights of the NFL. But more than that, Mike Leach was a thinker, a storyteller, and in life, for me, a cherished friend. Most Hall of Fame coaches inherit programs steeped in tradition. Mike didn't. In fact, he didn't even play football at the college level. He was a rugby player who earned a law degree, and he took on the challenges of rebuilding, starting at the lowest levels of college football, and worked his way up in a true American dream fashion. He coached at Texas Tech, at Mississippi State, and most importantly for me, Washington State University. He didn't just win games, he changed cultures. He made football fun, fearless, and innovative. But off the field, Mike was just as remarkable. A few years back, together, we created and taught together the Insurgent Warfare and Football class at Washington State University, which we then taught on a special basis at Mississippi State University. When I first met Mike, I'd come off some time working with the State Department in Iraq, where I had the privilege of working very closely with General Petraeus and came to know General Mattis. And when I thought about Mike, I thought, and the connection to football, how he was an innovator and an insurgent warrior, I thought about how, in the football analogy, General Petraeus and General Mattis would be a little bit more like Nick Saban. How do you win when you have all the heavy firepower, the 4- and 5-star recruits? But Mike was more like Ho Chi Minh, sitting out in the jungle. How do you win with 2-star recruits, 3-star recruits? So we created this class to look at asymmetric strategy, and it was a great success and a great fun. Mike and I would speak 2 to 3 times per week, often about politics and culture, and together we traveled the world, visiting over 10 countries, from Israel to Dubai, Tanzania to Panama. He was a pirate with a playbook, intellectually curious, endlessly witty, and genuinely kind. His insights on leadership, war, and human nature is a fundamental reason of why I'm here today. Mike and I also talked about him running for office someday. Not many folks know that, but he looked seriously about coming to Congress. At the time he did so, I said, Mike, you have a young team, you're making over $5 million a year, and you can always run again. Unfortunately, he was taken from us too soon when he passed. But his legacy lives on, and his greatest love was for people, his players, his friends, and his family. Mr. Speaker, Coach Leach finished with a career just .004 below the previous threshold winning percentage for the old Hall of Fame threshold. With last week's decision by the National Football Foundation to revise the rule, the door is now open, and rightfully so. Because if the Hall of Fame is about more than just numbers, it's about impact, innovation, and legacy, then Mike Leach belonged there without question. I urge the foundation to complete this long overdue recognition. And I say to you, my friend, who I have no doubt is watching on Congress every day, you'd always did things your own way, Mike. Now, even the Hall of Fame is catching up to you. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We know that the Trump administration just cut a 60-year program called Job Corps that provided young people with stable housing and career training. This is why I joined several of my Michigan colleagues in a letter to the Trump administration demanding that they reverse this reckless decision to abruptly shut down Job Corps centers across the nation. This action is yet another example of the cruel actions taken to dismantle programs for our families. Many of them depend on this. There are lifelines for our families. In Michigan alone, Mr. Speaker, Job Corps has 3 centers with more than 700 students in Flint and Grand Rapids, including 200 young people in the city of Detroit. Everyone deserves the ability to shape their own future with access to career training and hands-on experience. The sense of stability and direction Job Corps provides for our youth was invaluable. Now the sudden closure of these centers has left students devastated. I wish my colleagues would see the images of the young people dragging their black trash bags through the parking lot with nowhere to go. It's heartbreaking for these students who have worked so hard to join the workforce, to have the rug pulled from right underneath them with only hours of notice. It's disgraceful that our government would turn its back on them like this. There's one young person in my district in the city of Detroit whose mother has cancer. She's trying to seek treatment and trying to live. So her son depends on Job Corps for housing and for future career opportunities. But yet again, here we are, cutting these vital programs that many people across the country support no matter political affiliation. I want them to know that they deserve better, that not all of us in this chamber will turn our backs on them, and that we're going to fight together to restore the funding. And I will continue to call out these inhumane and lawless actions. It is very important for the American people to know this Congress, this chamber authorized the funding for Job Corps. And the President of the United States does not have the authority to snap his fingers and cut the funding. So again, continue to speak up about your impact of having Job Corps cut. And again, we're going to work together to try to restore it. Mr. Speaker, last week was the 60th birthday of Head Start, which is a lifeline, a life-changing experience for many of our families. It has anchors all across the country and communities and have helped for decades our young children. I do want to bring a story from my district of Alex, a public school speech therapist in Dearborn Heights. She said, quote, "Several students of mine are directly impacted by threats to Head Start funding. Students attending Head Start are entitled to receive necessary special education services. As a parent of a 2-year-old daughter, I also know that there are opportunities for her to start her education in the welcoming community that Head Start provides. This year alone, nearly 750,000 infants, toddlers, and preschoolers will receive Head Start services, supporting early childhood learning, development, and health. These centers rely on us in making sure we keep that federal funding to provide the care for our children. And again, I know earlier this year, we all were thrown into a panic when the Trump administration recklessly decided to cut off the federal funding. So I led a letter with 23 of my colleagues in the Congressional Mamas Caucus to President Trump demanding that he take immediate action to restore the Head Start funding. Many of them, again, months and weeks without receiving funding. Our fight isn't over, though. Head Start is essential to countless communities in every state and every corner of our nation. And the threat to Head Start is real. So colleagues must work together to try to protect it. As the chair of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, I will continue to lead efforts in Congress to defend these critical programs for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I have no idea what someone's income, occupation, education, zip code, marital status, and credit score or home ownership status have anything to do with somebody's auto insurance rates, or whether or not they're a good driver. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Yet we're allowing in this country for auto insurance industry to use non-driving factors to discriminate and to allow predatory practices to determine auto insurance rates. Alone in my district, I have saw many of families with auto insurance, which is required by law, to see their rates go up almost 40%, keeping them in the cycle of poverty, keeping them in survivor mode where they should be able to thrive. Auto insurance rates should be based on how good your driving record is, period. It is outrageous that many of our residents continue to allow these discriminatory practices to be applied. So, colleagues, please support the PAID Act. It's a good legislation to continue to protect our residents and make sure that, again, they can afford
The gentleman's
auto
time has
insurance.
expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with the unique opportunity to say congratulations to the 5th and 6th grade Team Army flag football team for winning the Northwest Tucson Under the Lights Spring Championship, a team that I had the pleasure and the privilege of coaching. The spring season was our 3rd undefeated season in a row and the 2nd championship in the last 3 seasons. And with the spring season championship, we qualify to compete in the national tournament in Florida this July. Now, I absolutely love coaching, and I don't think there's anything better than that. I've been coaching most of these boys since they were in 2nd grade, and it's been amazing seeing them grow up, compete together, and support each other like teammates always should. So to my players, Kenny Siscomani, Augie Axon, Mateo Brandt, Cooper Bryant, Braden Darby, Isaiah Davis, Bass Guthrie, Preston Harshberger, Warwick Mendoza, Dominic Oliveto, and Cord Pinio. Throughout the entire, this message is for you, throughout the entire year and this season's playoffs in particular, you played with grit, determination, and passion. And in spite of being down by several possessions at different points, you kept your composure and executed the game plan perfectly against tough opposition. Congratulations, boys. You earned this victory. I'm so proud to display our trophy right here in my office in Washington, D.C. To the coaches who often had to take over due to my hectic schedule, thank you. We would not be here without you all. To the families and the fans that came to cheer us on, thank you for being with us through it all. You were truly an indispensable part of a remarkable season. Team, enjoy this championship. You earned it. And now, on to nationals representing Arizona. Let's go get it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my dear friend and Army veteran Jane Strain on a well-deserved retirement as a trustee of the Cochise College's governing board after an incredible 27 years. Since even before being elected, I've been lucky to have Jane as a resource, and I have come to deeply respect her role as a community leader, tireless advocate for our veterans, and a devoted volunteer. A fighter and leader by example, Jane's work on behalf of our veterans is well known across Arizona, which is why I jumped at the opportunity to ask her to be part of my Veterans Advisory Council. Her powerful voice, grounded in personal experience and a genuine desire to help those who served, has been an invaluable resource for me, greatly informed my efforts working to support nearly 80,000 veterans in my district that they call home. But Jane's exceptional record reaches beyond our veterans. It also focuses on education and empowering youth to reach their potential. As a trustee at Cochise Community College's board, Jane has been instrumental in shaping Cochise College into the innovative institution it is today. Jane, while your retirement marks an end of an extraordinary chapter, I have no doubt that you will continue to do amazing work and will enjoy this new chapter being closer to your children and grandchildren. On behalf of a grateful community, thank you so much for your service. Jane, I look forward to hearing about your next adventure and all the amazing things you still will be doing and be able to achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say congratulations to the South Point men's baseball team for their remarkable achievement winning the 4-H state championship. In a thrilling match, you defeated Flagstaff by a score of 8 runs to 0, truly an incredible performance by all players. This victory earned Coach Danny Preble his second state championship since 2017. To Coach Preble, his staff, the players, parents, fans, and everyone who played a part in this special season, thank you and congratulations. You made your school and your community incredibly proud. Once again, congratulations and go Lancers. This is your victory. You earned it, so enjoy it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in fierce objection to the hasty, ill-considered decisions made by the new administration that undermines new investment in America's future energy and manufacturing systems. Rather than enhancing new energy generation and bolstering good-paying jobs in the United States of America across all energy sectors, including advanced energy manufacturing, the U.S. Department of Energy has ceded ground to global competitors like Communist China. Last Friday, U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright announced that the Department of Energy was canceling $3.7 billion of previously appropriated funding for 24 advanced energy projects inside the borders of the United States of America. Hello? Our goal must be to make America energy independent inside our borders in perpetuity. These initiatives were designed to reduce energy costs and to reinvest in American-based manufacturing firms, our nation's future. These projects were funded under the Infrastructure, Investment and Jobs Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The goal was to resecure the United States as the global leader in energy innovation. But now, the Department of Energy has pulled the rug out from the future by walking away from leading-edge U.S. manufacturers. I never thought I'd see it from this administration. 2 weeks ago, I raised this issue of strategic U.S. investment during a hearing with the new Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. He said, and I quote, in terms of these companies, he said, if it's viable and it's going to create jobs and it's going to do great things, we're going to support that project. The Secretary said he would ask these questions to make the decisions. Is the investment legal? Is the technology viable? Is the engineering done competently, and is there a market for it? And does it add to our national or economic security? The projects in question check all of these boxes. So what has changed? The Department of Energy claims it conducted a thorough and individualized financial review of each award. It found these projects, and I quote them, failed to advance the energy needs of the American people and were not economically viable. Every company is economically viable. Turning America's back on recognized U.S.-based manufacturing, I underline that. Facing fierce global competition, I underline that, is an insult. This includes hundreds of hardworking constituents, even across Northwest Ohio. If the goal is to make America great again, the U.S. Department of Energy just failed royally. Each of these U.S. manufacturing companies has developed plans to modernize operations, to position themselves and our communities to fight back toward economic success in a fierce global economic race. America can lead in the energy sector, but we cannot roll back the clock to a former era where America became economically paralyzed due to oil embargoes and dirty manufacturing. 3 of the projects across our country for which funding had been assured are from well-respected Ohio companies. Libby Glass owns Illinois Glass and Kraft Heinz. Let's talk about Libby Glass. This historic company holds deep roots in my hometown of Toledo, long known as the Glass City. Glass requires lots of energy. The firm has been working for years to maintain competitiveness in a terrible international glass environment while reducing its environmental footprint. Making glass requires huge amounts of power, as I've said, and the funding Libby was awarded would have helped it transition to more powerful glass furnaces with cleaner manufacturing technologies. These jobs are union jobs with living wages and benefits that strengthens Ohio as a hub for advanced industry. Owens Illinois Glass, another recognized heritage glassmaking firm, is headquartered in Perrysburg, Ohio. It had similar plans at its Zanesville, Ohio plants to remain viable and globally competitive. And then third, Kraft Heinz is a giant in the food industry in Fremont, Ohio. I simply do not understand how canceling these projects makes America great again. Instead, it emboldens our foreign competitors. I really invite President Trump to Ohio to visit these companies. He can change these decisions by his Secretary of Energy. America can't look in the rearview mirror. We have to look forward to America's new energy future. And the Department of Energy's misguided decisions will really hurt American advanced manufacturing. Ohio knows what it means to get left behind. We've seen the effects of globalization. We've lived it. We've seen the effects of outsourcing, of automation. The United States simply should not be hurting our legacy companies. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it began as a concept to connect California's two largest cities with high-speed rail has become a national embarrassment and one of the most expensive boondoggles in modern infrastructure history. After more than 17 years and $6.9 billion in just federal money, but overall $17 billion raised over 17 years, not a single mile of high-speed rail track has been laid, just a few bridges built. A report released today by Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy and the Federal Railroad Administration confirms what many of us have been saying for years and years. This project is not viable. It's riddled with mismanagement, massive cost overruns, missed deadlines, and fantasy-level ridership projections. Even in the process promising at one point 1 million jobs. After they got pinned down in committee at the state legislature, they finally just admitted it was 1 million job years. Which if you do the math on that, if you have, they claim 10,000 workers there currently, that would mean about 100 years would equal 1 million job years. They seem to be right on track for 100 years of building this project. It's still $7 billion short just to build a sliver of the segment between Merced and an almond orchard somewhere outside of Bakersfield. Hardly the world-class system voters were promised back in 2008. The original vision for the project from SF to LA also included spurs to Sacramento and to San Diego possibly, which would have been about an 800-mile network. So now, after a decade, what's left is simply the 119-mile stretch through the Central Valley I just mentioned that doesn't really connect any major metro areas. And that segment is years behind. The whole project should have been done by 2020. They're hoping to get that Central Valley project done by maybe 2030. And that project, the Central Valley part, would by itself be $38.5 billion. The original concept of the whole thing was $33 billion from SF to LA. So the total estimated cost today is a staggering $128 billion. As I mentioned, over a 17-year period from 2008 to now, they've only raised 17. They're short $110 billion. And they think they're going to come to the federal government and ask for that here? Are they going to hit the taxpayers for more? Are they going to pass more bonds to raise $110 billion, what, 5 or 6 times more than what they've already raised over 17 years? There's no serious plan to even secure that kind of money, no credible timeline to finish the construction, and no evidence that California High-Speed Rail Authority is even capable of delivering or operating the system. The authority has failed to meet even the most basic terms of its federal grant agreements. That's why I'm so pleased Secretary Duffy has taken a good, hard look at this and come up with the conclusions they have. They've not acted in good faith. They've downplayed the risks, and they've run out of time and money. Basically, the voters, the people, everybody's been lied to in order to keep this project alive. Even Governor Newsom, about the first week or two he was in office as governor, for a moment there he said, you know, maybe we need to relook at this thing because it's not going very well. But he must have got a hot set of phone calls from some angry donors or somewhere in the system in Sacramento, because he got right back on track, so to speak. So the Trump administration is right, put this project on notice, claw back whatever federal money is still unwasted in that, and make sure not a single dollar goes forward to this boondoggle. As a Californian, I can see plenty of other needs that we have that are grave, such as our water infrastructure, our electricity infrastructure, our highways and levees to prevent floods. I would probably dwell mostly on the water supply situation, as more and more of it seems to be devoted to fish, running it right out to the Pacific Ocean, and less agriculture being planted and operated in California, including the issue we're going to have in the San Joaquin Valley, where more acres are taken out, which creates a higher dust situation, which contributes more to what's known as valley fever, a big problem. Instead, they want to put so-called solar farms. Calling solar panels farms is an insult anyway. So much of California's food, the nation's food supply comes from California. The specialty crops, tomatoes, almonds, pistachios, so many things that America consumes. Many of these crops are 100% grown in California or 90+% grown in California. And yet, they still want to keep wasting money on this high-speed rail boondoggle that, as I said, is $110 billion short of today's projections of finishing this thing, when they've only raised $17 billion over 17 years. Certainly, it's shown that it can't deliver on this project. Shift it to something else. We could build 25 large dams and store enough water to grow everything we'd ever want to grow in California.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It's time to focus on infrastructure that really makes a difference for Californians, the American people, and keeping food on the table. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the Fauquier High School class of 2025. Last month, the 301 graduates and their families gathered at the packed Jiffy Lube Live to celebrate this milestone. And this senior class has a lot to be proud of, including beating their teachers in the students versus faculty basketball game. To the graduates, you excelled not only in the classroom, but also on the field and in your ability to persevere through challenges. And whether you're heading into the workforce, trade school, college, or embarking on your service at institutions like the Air Force Academy or Virginia Military Institute, the values of hard work and determination that you learned as a Falcon will always be with you. So congratulations, class of 2025 at Fauquier High School. I rise today to recognize and congratulate the Rappahannock High School's class of 2025. This year's graduating class is a remarkable group of students, including future firefighters, service members, college and trade school students, and workers ready to contribute across many sectors. In your time at Rappahannock High School, you've achieved a lot of great things, including bringing home a Class 1 state title for the women's basketball team and winning a Scholastic Bowl regional championship. So whether on the field or in the classroom or in the drama club or as part of one of Rappahannock High School's bands, I know you will carry the lessons you have learned as a Panther into whatever comes next. So congratulations, class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 287 graduates in Kettle Run High School class of 2025. And to the graduates, as Cougars, you have balanced life as students, teammates, co-workers, and through it all, you have learned the value of perseverance. You've excelled across a wide range of fields, in band, in chorus, and in orchestra, on the stage, and in the art room. And you brought home a golf state championship and led the football team all the way to the state championship game. You left your mark on Kettle Run, and I look forward to watching all that you accomplish in the future. So congratulations, class of 2025, Kettle Run High School. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 347 graduates of Liberty High School's class of 2025. And to the graduates, as Eagles, you've achieved so much, and most importantly, you've learned how to tackle whatever challenges come next. And as your principal said, you are bold, you are brilliant, and roughly a third of you are bilingual. And you're all just enough unhinged to change the world. So whether your next step is college, trade school, the workforce, or the military, I can't wait to see what your future has in store. And I look forward to watching you change the world. And as always, remember, once an Eagle, always an Eagle. Congratulations, Liberty High School, class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, in his inauguration address, President Trump declared that America was entering a golden age, a new chapter of economic prosperity. But for Virginians and millions across the country, that promise remains unfulfilled. unfulfilled. And instead of prosperity, Americans are facing economic hardship and uncertainty. And this administration's steep tariffs are taking a real toll here in Virginia. I hear from constituents like one who started his own small business selling action figures. And after a lot of success selling pre-orders of the action figures, his business is now facing budget shortfalls because they don't know what the tariffs on China will be from month to month. And they don't want to raise prices on customers, but the tariffs have made it impossible to plan for his business and for their future. And they are not alone. Businesses, small and large, are feeling the pain all across the Commonwealth. Unable to plan, unable to predict what this administration is going to do, and in many cases unable to keep their employees or keep their doors open in some cases. And this uncertainty is weighing on a lot of families as well. According to one poll, 59% of Virginians expect to face financial difficulty in the years ahead. This doesn't sound like the golden age. It sounds like fool's gold. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of merit-based hiring, especially in the federal government, because this administration, which has talked a lot about the evils of diversity and fired veterans left and right, is now focusing its hiring efforts exclusively on one thing: blind loyalty to the president. It's like DEI for MAGA. And according to a recent memo from the Office of Personnel Management, all the civil servant applicants will now be required to answer a series of questions explaining which of the president's executive orders are their favorites and how they will advance the president's pet projects. And now, to be fair, there are other countries who do similar loyalty tests, like North Korea, the former Soviet Union, and Iran, just to name a few. But those are authoritarian regimes, and that seems to be this administration's model. But I ask that instead we make everyone swear loyalty to this country and not to the president. And instead of spying on federal workers and contractors and firing ones who aren't the most blindly loyal, we pick the best, the brightest, the most qualified people to serve our nation and keep us healthy, safe, and secure. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House about a clause that is in the One Big Beautiful Bill. This clause would take away state rights to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. I think federalism is something that we must always protect, and I warn against the dangers of protecting a tech industry where we have no idea the future of what this industry will hold. AI is rapidly developing. AI has developed quickly over the past few years. Imagine what it will be 1 year from now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. When we look to the future, we cannot take away states' rights to regulate or make laws to protect the people in their state or to regulate businesses that operate in their state. That would be destroying the very foundation of this country, which is federalism. We must always limit federal power and protect state power. Now, the pushback and the reasons that I've been told about this is that American tech and AI companies must be able to compete with China. Well, American and tech and AI companies can compete with China, and they should compete with China. However, we don't destroy federalism in order to allow them to do that. That would be a fool's errand. Here's how this can work. Governors and state legislatures can make their states friendly for tech companies in AI, bringing these companies in by making it easy for these companies to operate in their states. That's how it's been done for every single innovation, industry, manufacturing, and all companies across America. You don't destroy federalism for one industry, you protect it and allow states to compete to bring those companies into their states. That's the right way to handle this going forward. Here's a lesson for us all. No matter what political party holds office and is in charge, we should all watch carefully the bills that we pass, and we should be mindful about protecting not only state rights, but the rights of the American people, and look to the future. When I was a freshman member of Congress in 2021, I was told that we would be at war with China within 5 years. Well, here we are approaching 5 years later. I don't think America should have to go to war with China. We can beat China economically. Ask yourself, why do we send our food to be processed over in China? Why do we rely on China to produce our critical supply chain like medicines? So why would we depend on this country for the American people's supplies? And why would we go to war with them when we can be innovative right here at home in America, producing critical chain supplies, medicines, processing our own food? A war is nothing we should ever strive for or look for or prepare to have to engage in. We should conduct ourselves here at home in a way where we don't have to go to war. We don't have to depend on foreign countries. And we never destroy federalism for the future of an industry that we have no idea what it will do. With this warning, I urge all of my colleagues that when the House gets to vote on the One Big Beautiful Bill again after it leaves the Senate, that we make sure we protect federalism and at the same time urge our colleagues in the Senate to pull this clause out of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This bill should be about tax policy, protecting Americans to not have to have a tax increase of over $4.7 trillion. It should be about America First Energy and Americans' border security, not about allowing AI to run rampant and destroying federalism in the process. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remaining of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the cruel and morally bankrupt healthcare agenda moving through this chamber that would gut Medicaid, gut Medicare, collapse our healthcare systems, and cut food assistance to millions of children, seniors, and veterans across this country. And you don't have to take my word for it, because Elon Musk himself called this a big, disgusting abomination. A bill that currently stands in the Senate, while here in the House, the GOP is trying to gut healthcare and mental health and addiction services through the budget. These cuts will be devastating for New Mexico, where we already have a healthcare crisis, where 2/3 of New Mexicans are on Medicaid and Medicare, where even with the best healthcare insurance you can get, you still can't get in to see a specialist, and where thousands of our rural and tribal residents must travel hours just to get basic care. So let me be clear. People will die if these cuts go through. But what is the GOP doing here in this week? They're running a bill that is, at best, window dressing, hypocrisy, saying that they're supporting healthcare and addiction programs while they literally gut the programs that fund them. It's a complete lie. And like so much of what they do, these cuts are a scam, not just on the American people, but on themselves, because apparently they don't read their own bills. So let's be clear. Republicans are gutting healthcare and behavioral health programs. DOGE has cut thousands of employees at healthcare agencies, frozen funds for vital medical research, eliminated mental health and substance abuse programs. They've rescinded $1 billion in state and local behavioral health programs and cut 40 different mental health programs across the country. They are proposing to literally eliminate the vast majority of SAMHSA, which is the mental health program for this country, in the FY26 budget. And they just transmitted a rescission package to this chamber last night that would cut billions of dollars in public health assistance for starving children and people suffering from AIDS and preventable infectious diseases across the world. So I ask my colleagues, what is this country becoming, where we dismantle our own healthcare system and literally allow children to starve and die across the world? What has literally become of the GOP? And let me just say this is personal for me. This is personal in New Mexico. As somebody who grew up in a low-income family, as somebody who grew up relying on public health care and assistance program, as somebody who has lost friends and family from the fentanyl crisis, and as somebody who represents one of the strongest and most resilient set of communities in the country, but who struggle every single day. This is not leadership. This is a moral failure. It's why every single day I show up to this chamber with my full heart and my full fight for our communities. It's why this week I've reintroduced my bill to expand Indian Health Service. It's why I introduced legislation to stop fentanyl, to address the public health nursing crisis, to ensure that our rural communities can access telehealth and that they can actually stay in business with our rural clinics. It's why I've secured millions for New Mexico for mental health and addiction recovery. It's why I submitted funding this year for the FY26 budget to build a state-of-the-art trauma center in Valencia County and mental and behavioral health services in Sandoval. Why I've secured millions for transitional housing for veterans, a sobering center, behavioral health centers in Albuquerque, mobile school health centers in APS, and new fire and EMS stations in Moriarty, Sandia Pueblo, and Peralta in Valencia. This is what leadership looks like. And let me just say this. In New Mexico, we know, of course, that we are all going to die, but we do not allow people to die because of policy failure and moral corruption. So we are here to fight. We will fight this abomination of a bill. We will fight the draconian cuts in the budget. And we will fight this corrupt rescission package. And I will keep working every single day for New Mexicans because that is who we are. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a momentous achievement by the men's volleyball team at Southern Virginia University in Buena Vista, Virginia, which has brought home the school's first ever NCAA Division III National Championship. On Monday night in Salem, Virginia, the Knights defeated powerhouse Springfield College in a thrilling straight set sweep, 25-20, 25-23, 27-25, capping an extraordinary 35-1 season. This victory wasn't just a win on the court, but the culmination of years of hard work, perseverance, and belief. Led by veteran coach Tom Peterson, who's now guided 3 different programs to NCAA titles, the Knights embodied excellence in every sense. Senior outside hitter Christian Schaefer, named the tournament's most outstanding player, led the charge with 13 kills, while his teammates, including Christo Bianchin, Kyler Evans, Justin Madsen, and sophomore setter Garrig Tolman, delivered in every critical moment. From a heartbreaking quarterfinal loss last season to the national championship podium this year, this team exemplifies resilience and heart. Congratulations to the Knights, to Coach Peterson, and to the entire SVU community. This championship belongs to all of you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 75th anniversary of a true icon of American railroad history, the Norfolk and Western Class J number 611 steam locomotive. Built right in Roanoke, Virginia in May of 1950, this bullet-nosed coal-fired marvel remains a shining example of American innovation and craftsmanship. Spanning 110 feet and weighing 872,000 pounds, the 611 generated a staggering 5,400 horsepower and reached speeds of up to 100 miles an hour. For nearly a decade, it connected communities from Virginia to Ohio, proudly pulling passengers across the heartland. In 1952, it famously hauled President Dwight D. Eisenhower's campaign train from Columbus, Ohio to Canova, West Virginia. Thanks to the vision and tireless efforts of local advocates like Bev Fitzpatrick and the dedicated team at the Virginia Museum of Transportation, the 611 has undergone 2 major restorations in 1982 and again in 2014, and continues to operate as a living monument to our railroading past. Named a National Historic Mechanical Engineering Landmark in 1984, designated Virginia's official state steam locomotive in 2017, and added to both the Virginia Landmarks Register and the National Register of Historic Places in 2023 and 2024, the 611's legacy endures. Mr. Speaker, as we mark this milestone, let us salute 611 and all those in Roanoke and beyond who have kept its whistle echoing through the Blue Ridge and across the nation. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans delivered on our promise last month to the American people by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. This landmark legislation makes the Trump tax cuts permanent, slashes taxes for working families and seniors, and eliminates taxes on tips and taxes on overtime. If you earned it, you should keep it. It secures our border by finishing the wall, funding mass deportations, and giving our agents the resources they need to stop the fentanyl crisis and protect our communities. It restores fiscal sanity by identifying $1.6 trillion in wasteful spending for savings, ends taxpayer-funded transgender surgeries, and implements real work requirements for able-bodied adults who are benefiting from Medicaid or food stamp programs. It unleashes American energy by reversing Biden's anti-energy mandates and brings back American jobs. And it strengthens our national defense by modernizing our military, our shipyards, and our missile defense systems to keep America safe. This bill reflects what Americans want: security, prosperity, and leadership. The Senate needs to act. Let's get this to President Trump's desk and deliver real results for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a good man and an exceptional leader in my district, David Kirschtel, the Chief Executive Officer of JCC Rockland. Marking 25 years in June of this year, David has poured his heart into building the JCC into what it is today, a thriving center for fitness, early childhood education, summer camps, and cultural life. The JCC has served not just the Jewish community, but the broader Rockland community as well. David's legacy goes beyond just the JCC. He was the driving force behind the global effort to honor the Munich 11, Israeli athletes murdered at the 1972 Olympics. Thanks to his work and the work of many others, the world finally paused to remember these victims with a moment of silence at the Tokyo Games in 2021. In addition, he has been a leading voice in the effort to combat anti-Semitism, especially after the terrorist attack on October 7, 2023. I'm proud to call him a constituent and even prouder to call him a friend. David, thank you for setting an example that reminds all of us what it means to lead with heart, purpose, and persistence. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of my pastor and dear friend, Father Bob Stagg, of the Church of the Presentation in Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Father Bob has been a guiding presence in my life and the lives of countless parishioners, whether through his unwavering support for bringing folks of all walks of life into the fold, his thoughtful homilies, or the warmth of his many parish gatherings. Father Bob has led with heart, humor, and humility. He's the kind of priest who's not afraid to speak plainly, laugh loudly over a beer, or show up when it matters most. Through it all, he's reminded me that living the gospel truth means meeting people where they are, with compassion first. 50 years since his ordination, we thank Father Bob for his decades of faithful service, and I thank him for the profound impact he's had on my faith and my family. He will be missed at Sunday Mass, but his presence will be felt in the community he helped build. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of William Vincent Motto, a lifelong resident of Nyack, New York, who passed away on May 8, 2025, at the age of 87. Bill spent more than 41 years with Orange and Rockland Utilities as a line foreman and gave nearly 70 years of dedicated volunteer service to the Orangetown Fire Company No. 1. He served as captain, as a longtime commissioner for the Nyack Fire Department, and as a driver, always stepping up for his neighbors and his community. He was also a devoted family man. Bill and his wife Beverly were married for nearly 65 years, raising 3 daughters and building a life grounded in love, faith, and hard work. Whether it was woodworking, fishing, or taking his annual trip to South Bend to cheer on Notre Dame, Bill lived a full and meaningful life. His commitment to service, his love of family, and his deep roots in Rockland County are what made him such a respected figure. I extend my condolences to Beverly, their children and grandchildren, and all who knew and loved him. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Frank Butch Hagan, a proud veteran, a devoted public servant, and a beloved resident of Rockland County. Born in the Bronx in 1950, Frank spent his life in service to others, first in the National Guard and the Army, and later as a village trustee and deputy mayor in Suffern. He was a steady presence in local organizations like the American Legion and the Lions Club, always showing up and always giving back. But more than anything, Frank was a family man. He raised 4 boys with heart, humor, and grit. His sons remember him not just for his selflessness, but for the joy he brought to life. Like, for instance, leading a sled ride down a snowy road in an old plastic boat, because if it was fun, it was an option, and Frank made it happen. He kept the peace, he led with love, and he never backed down from a challenge. His life was full, and his legacy will live on through his children, his grandchildren, and all who were lucky enough to know him. I was proud to call him a friend, and his memory will always be a blessing to the Suffern community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable man from my district, Officer Joseph Gravino of Orangeburg, New York, who passed away suddenly on May 23rd at just 37 years old. Joe served the NYPD with distinction for 12 years, most recently as part of the Strategic Response Group. He faced every challenge with calm resolve, earning the trust of his colleagues and the gratitude of the city he served. He protected New Yorkers with honor, courage, and a deep sense of duty. But Joe's greatest role was at home as a husband to his beloved wife, Katie, and as a devoted father to their 3 children, Anthony, Juliana, and little Dominic. Whether coaching a Little League game, showing up for a dance recital, or simply spending time together, Joe gave his heart fully to his family. Being described by those who knew him well, Joe Gravino was simply full of love. Today, the people of Rockland County and the city of New York mourn his loss. May his memory be a source of strength to his family and community in the coming months and years. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate Nathan Lund of Starbuck, Minnesota, on receiving Minnesota's Agriculture in the Classroom 2025 Outstanding Teacher of the Year Award. This award is given to K-12 educators who can creatively incorporate agriculture concepts into their teaching. Nathan has taught 5th and 6th grade students at Glacier Hills Elementary since 2001. His students have been able to grow their appreciation for agriculture through hands-on learning experiences like maintaining a school garden and hosting food-making contests. Community members have been grateful for Nathan's work in the classroom, as he has inspired many students and helped them build important life skills. Congratulations, Nathan, on this amazing achievement, and best of luck as you continue your fantastic career. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Dominic and Erin Jurgensen of Olivia, Minnesota, on raising nearly $120,000 for a Veterans Memorial in their hometown. 3 years ago, Dominic raised over $77,000 to construct a memorial for veterans. Since then, he has enlisted in the U.S. Army and is currently completing his basic training. In less than a year, his younger brother, Aaron, who also intends to join the military after high school, raised $40,000 to expand on the memorial, installing additional plaques, benches, flags, and pavers. Congratulations, Dominic and Eric, on your amazing achievements, and thank you for your service to your community and to your country. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Lawrence Weinrich of Otter Tail, Minnesota, on turning 100 years old last Friday, May 30th. Lawrence was born in Fergus Falls and grew up during the drought in the 1930s. He was one of the first drafted for the Korean War, serving 13 years. When he returned, he went to work for a lumber company and only quit chopping wood a couple of years ago. Today, Lawrence is an avid dancer who goes out dancing at least 5 times a month in the winter and even more during the summer. Lawrence credits his agility and dance ability to his active lifestyle as he walks frequently and has had several successful deer hunts. Reaching the century milestone is a testament to your strength, wisdom, and many lives you have touched over the years. Happy birthday, Lawrence, and congratulations on 100 amazing years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? Loving God, draw us nearer to you this day, that we may enjoy your loving tenderness and so be inspired to share both your grace and your mercy with those around us. As sure and confident as we may be in our intellect and abilities, in your presence we are humbled to acknowledge how much more in your omniscience you know, and yet you allow us our mistakes and missteps. As you have forgiven us our faults, may we forgive others. As strongly and passionately as we are in the positions we take, in your perfect will we are enlightened by your impartial embrace that receives us all despite our disparate leanings. As you value our ardor, may we find it in ourselves to respect others. As adamantly opposed as we are, not just in our politics, but our personalities, in your peace, a peace that passes our simple understanding, we are compelled to set aside our enmity and strive for amity as we seek to serve your people. Because you first loved us, may we love one another. Live in us this day, O Lord, as we pray in your merciful name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 19, 2023, I gave a 1-minute speech which is sadly more true today than ever, with all deaths in Gaza being solely responsible to Hamas, with the invasion and then using of children as human shields, as directed by Iran, which must not have a nuclear weapon. The enemies of civilization are gruesomely clear in their murderous intentions, as detailed in the Hamas Covenant of August 18, 1988. Article 7, quote, "The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees. There is a Jew hiding behind a rock. Come and kill him." End of quote. The goal of Hamas, financed by Iran, is to murder all Jews worldwide. It's fake news that they care about the Palestinian people. Suffering by the Hamas-oppressed people of Gaza is solely Hamas-dictated, which uses Palestinians as human shields to be murdered. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Donald Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families through peace, through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting and mocking Trump with record drone attacks, murdering civilians, and now 4,000 Soviet-built tanks have been destroyed by talented Ukrainians, 20 years of productions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration is going after the food budgets of regular people, canceling programs that improve access to nutritious, locally grown produce. And it's bad for consumers, it's bad for hungry people, bad for public health, and bad for farmers. Last week, Trump doubled down on his cruelty, cutting the benefits for fruit and vegetables in the WIC program by 2/3. I mean, who does that? WIC provides pregnant women, new moms, and young children with the nutritious food they need to remain healthy. And the fruit and vegetable benefit has meant families can eat more nutritiously. This budget would mean young kids get just $10 per month, and breastfeeding moms would see their benefits reduced by $13 per month. Mr. Speaker, you've been to the grocery store. $10 doesn't buy you a whole lot of nutritious food in Trump's economy. I urge my Republican colleagues in Congress to do the right thing for once. Reject Trump's budget, fully fund WIC to support pregnant women, new moms, and young kids. Reverse the cuts to food programs and end hunger now. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an extraordinary leader, visionary, educator, and friend, David C. Munson, Jr., on his retirement after 8 transformative years as president of the Rochester Institute of Technology and over 4 decades in higher education. Under President Munson's leadership, RIT soared into the top 100 national universities, doubled global learning opportunities, expanded PhD programs, and guided over $500 million in capital projects that have reimagined the student experience. His visionary work has positioned RIT as a nexus of technology, design, and global impact. Dr. Munson's legacy will continue to inspire generations at RIT. I'm grateful for his friendship, unwavering commitment to creativity, and belief in the limitless potential of students and scholars alike. I wish him and his wife Nancy all the best in his well-earned retirement. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 15th time to call on the Trump administration to honor its commitment to restore funding for life-saving food aid for children around the world. This is plumping up. This is used to treat malnourished children and get them back to health. It saves millions of lives a year, or at least it did until the Trump administration cut off funding earlier this year. Now, a couple weeks ago, Secretary Rubio was back here at the Capitol testifying to the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Appropriations Committee, and he said that the Trump administration was going to restore funding for this emergency food aid. He is the Secretary of State. He is also the acting USAID director. He said that they are going to do it under oath. So why haven't they? As we speak, this is sitting in warehouses in the United States. Production has virtually shut down while we wait for the administration to honor its commitment. I will continue to speak on the floor every legislative day until the administration follows through on its word to save the lives of starving children around the world. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oregon's Crater Lake National Park is a national treasure. As a lifelong hiker and camper, I have deep affection for it, among other national parks. During my high school and college years, road trips to national parks like Crater Lake were all I could afford, but what they offered was priceless: awe, adventure, and connection. For families across this nation, these parks provide an affordable way to explore, learn, and build lifelong memories. But just as Oregonians are gearing up for a summer of enjoying our most treasured places, Trump is driving out the public servants who protect them. Kevin Heatley, Crater Lake National Park Superintendent, has resigned. Trump cut off half of his permanent staff, leading to unsustainable workloads and the deterioration of care that Crater Lake demands. Experienced professionals are being driven out under this administration's corrosive leadership. Our public lands deserve better. Americans deserve better. I will not stand by while Trump attacks our public lands. We must protect our national parks and the public servants who protect them. Hands off Crater Lake, hands off our national parks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I'd like to welcome all the students to your Congress. Thank you for joining us here today. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 458 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will read the resolution.
House Calendar Number 30, House Resolution 458. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2483, to reauthorize certain programs that provide for opioid use disorder, prevention, treatment, and recovery, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-4 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions of the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2931, to direct the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to relocate certain offices of the Small Business Administration in sanctuary jurisdictions and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Small Business now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2966, to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to require an applicant for certain loans of the administration to provide certain citizenship status documentation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Small Business now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2987, to amend the Small Business Act to require a limit on the number of small business lending companies and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Small Business now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today to debate the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 2931, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act, H.R. 2966, the American Entrepreneurs First Act, H.R. 2987, the CEASE Act, which will be considered under a closed rule, and H.R. 2483, the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act, to be considered under a structured rule. 1 hour of debate each for H.R. 2931, H.R. 2966, and H.R. 2987 shall be equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Small Business Committee or their designees. 1 hour of debate will also be provided for H.R. 2483 and shall be equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee or their designees. The rule provides a motion to recommit for all 4 bills. Mr. Speaker, we're here to deliver on the Trump administration's agenda and solidify his executive actions with common sense legislation. With Congresswoman Van Dyne's American Entrepreneurs First Act, we are going to help codify the work that the Small Business Administration is doing to ensure that businesses receiving federal benefits are 100% owned by U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents, and businesses that employ illegal immigrants are ineligible for these funds. This is part of our ongoing effort to stop subsidizing previous open border policies. It makes sense that only law-abiding American citizens should have access to programs that American taxpayer dollars go towards. We are also relocating SBA offices out of sanctuary cities and into places that do not limit their cooperation with federal agencies that are charged with immigration enforcement. The SBA administrator announced that the agency would be relocating offices in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Denver, New York City, and Seattle, and moving them to less costly and more accessible locations that better serve the mission and comply with federal immigration law. With Congressman Finstead's bill, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act, we are supporting this plan with legislation giving the SBA 120 days to deliver on this commitment and relocate those offices. Sanctuary cities need to be held accountable, and they need to see the consequences of their disregard for federal law. And with Mr. Brashin's CEASE Act, we are strengthening SBA's program by limiting the number of nonprofit small business lending companies licensed by the SBA to 16. This will allow the agency to provide the necessary oversight to ensure that they are effectively serving the small business that Congress intended. Finally, we're here to debate the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act. And thank you to Mr. Guthrie for introducing this important legislation. This bill reauthorizes the 2018 legislation President Trump signed into law and strengthens it. I am glad to say that across the country we are seeing a decline in overdose deaths. But of course, the work is not over. We want to make sure we are investing in overdose prevention and equipping communities to counter substance abuse disorders. The Energy and Commerce Committee has taken a hard look at what worked best from the 2018 law and built off its success by continuing to provide resources for prevention, education, treatment, recovery, workforce, and law enforcement to help patients struggling with substance use disorder. It ensures first responders are able to administer life-saving drugs, ensures HHS cannot require states to use one specific vendor over another, clarifies that Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration's state and tribal opioid grants can be used for test strips, and requires that administration to identify and address serious mental illness. This bill is part of President Trump and the congressional Republicans' promise to stop the flow of fentanyl by securing our borders and then combat the crisis caused by these drugs in our communities. President Trump has done his part to secure our border, and we will supply him with more resources to do so in the One Beautiful Big Bill. Through the Support Act, we will combat the existing opioid crisis in our communities. I am proud to stand in support of these bills, and I look forward to this debate, and I hope my colleagues can stay focused on the topic in front of us today as we discuss these proposals that are important to the American families and taxpayers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, last time we were here, House Republicans rammed through their latest GOP tax scam, a bill that would rip health care away from over 15 million Americans by slashing Medicaid and, let's be honest, likely Medicare. And I'm sorry the gentlelady doesn't think that that's in the interest of the American people, but we on the Democratic side do. We think when you're taking away people's health care in this country, it's a big deal. This bill, this tax scam bill, would literally take food out of the mouths of kids, takes nutritious food from senior citizens and veterans, and for what? To give massive tax breaks to billionaires and to add trillions of dollars to our national debt. Mr. Speaker, their ugly big bill is a disgrace, and it does not serve working people. It serves the GOP's donors. It is a scam, a handout to the rich paid for by nickel and diming moms and dads who are just trying to get by. And even Elon Musk, one of Donald Trump's top advisors, called the Republican bill, quote, a disgusting abomination. Let me repeat that, a disgusting abomination. He said, quote, shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. Now let that sink in. Let that sink in. Elon Musk, the man who spent hundreds of millions of dollars to elect Donald Trump and other Republicans, is now saying members should be ashamed of themselves for voting for this disgusting bill. Remember when Republicans were falling all over themselves, calling Elon a genius? He could do no wrong? I got to be honest, Mr. Speaker, it gives me whiplash. I think I need a neck brace to deal with all this, these contrary quotations coming in. You know, and the icing on the cake, Mr. Speaker, is the number of Republicans who are now publicly claiming buyer's remorse for voting for this bill. This is a tweet from one of our Republican colleagues from Georgia. You're going to love this. She says, quote, full transparency, I did not know about this section on pages 278 to 279 of the OBBB that strips states of the right to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. I'm adamantly opposed to this, and it is a violation of states' rights, and I would have voted no if I had known this was in there. This needs to be stripped out of the bill, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this takes my breath away. I mean, all my colleague from Georgia needed to do was to read the bill. I mean, I know that's a tough thing to ask members of Congress to do, but read the damn bill. And if she wasn't going to do that, if she was like our president, who doesn't like to read and only gets his information from the TV, she could have tuned in to the Rules Committee meeting where for 20 hours beginning at 1 a.m., we debated not only this bill, but even this policy that she was concerned about. In fact, I offered an amendment to strike the awful AI provisions from this bill. We had a debate on it, and every single one of her Republican colleagues in the Rules Committee, every single one of them voted against it. And get this, according to this article in the New York Times entitled, After Muscling Their Bill Through the House, Some Republicans Have Regrets, our colleague from Georgia wasn't the only Republican who didn't read the bill before voting to pass it. Another one of our conservative colleagues from Nebraska admitted he did not know the bill makes it harder for the courts to hold the Trump administration officials in contempt for defying a court order. And get this, he claims he would have voted against the bill had he known it was in the bill. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And we had another conservative Republican colleague from Pennsylvania tweet, quote, so Elon Musk is right to call out the House leadership. I wish I had a nickel for every time the Freedom Caucus sounded the alarm and nobody listened, only to find out the hard way that we were right all along, end quote. Right all along? I mean, from what he just said, you would have thought that he voted against the bill, or that the entire Freedom Caucus voted against the bill. But he voted for it, and so did the Freedom Caucus. I think every Republican but one voted for the bill. So here's the deal. Republicans are really good about making statements and speeches, but that's about it. But where is their backbone? And if they believe some of this stuff is bad, why didn't they vote against the bill? I mean, one by one, they caved. The budget hawks wanted a bill that wouldn't add to the debt. Well, this bill adds trillions to the debt, and they caved. Moderates who said they wouldn't vote for a bill that slashes Medicaid and threw people off of health care, well, this bill did that, and guess what? They folded. They folded. Now, where I'm from in Massachusetts, that's what we call a cheap date. Republicans from across the ideological spectrum caved and got nothing. And they listened to Donald Trump. They closed their eyes and they just voted for it without reading it, without a CBO analysis. Whatever Trump wants, Trump gets. And Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for this institution, and it's embarrassing for our country. It is making a mockery of this House of Representatives. Republicans should be ashamed of themselves. I thought all of us ran for Congress, regardless of party, to try to help people. And what Republicans did a little over a week ago was about not only hurting people, but screwing them over. And that's sad. And then look at today. Some of the bills at one time were bipartisan. I mean, H.R. 2483 reauthorizes funding for programs that help communities fight the opiate crisis, something I support, something I voted for in the past. You know, Mr. Speaker, over 20,000 lives have been lost in my home state of Massachusetts alone to this crisis over the past decade. But in Massachusetts, we actually saw a 33% drop in fatal overdoses for the first time last year, showing that public investments that we all voted for, public investments in treatment and in prevention, are actually starting to make a real difference. And so I am horrified and I am outraged that Trump is actively dismantling our ability to respond to the opiate crisis moving forward. The administration recently sent over more details about Trump's, quote, skinny budget, which proposes very large cuts to health programs that American families rely on. And these include eliminating programs of regional and national significance at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, otherwise known as SAMHSA, which encompass nearly all programs aimed at substance use and mental health, including the ones in the bill before us today. I mean, it is hard to take Republicans seriously when they are actively dismantling the very programs and the very agencies that this bill is trying to reauthorize. I mean, if they were serious about this crisis, they would stop undermining the solutions. I mean, I guess maybe the rationale for Republicans bringing this bill to the floor is to have some cover as Trump basically undoes all the programs that are authorized under this bill. But what a cynical thing to do. And it's going to cost lives. I mean, this isn't a game we're playing, you know, and this really at this point shouldn't be about pleasing the guy in the Oval Office. This should be about serving your constituents, you know, and supporting what is already working and showing some promise. And then Republicans claim the other three bills in this rule support small businesses. But you know what? No surprise, they do the exact opposite. DOGE already shuttered an SB office in my district in Massachusetts, forcing a lot of rural small business owners have to drive hours to get to the office in Boston. Now, under this bill, if Republicans force the closure of the Boston office out of political spite, which they seem to be really good at, it will leave small businesses in Massachusetts with nowhere to turn. But it's not just Massachusetts, it's a whole bunch of other states that will fall under under these cuts. It will also have a disastrous long-term consequences for the rural entrepreneurs and working-class families in my home state who rely on the SBA to navigate federal assistance and recover from economic setbacks, like the increased costs they're facing because of Trump's reckless trade war. I mean, while we're having this debate and Trump's having tantrums day in and day out and tariffs this and tariffs that, you know who's paying the price? small businesses. You know what's happening in this country? People are beginning to get laid off. And again, silence from the other side. Because let's be clear, Trump's tariff chaos does in fact punish small businesses the most. And unlike the mega donors who bankroll Republican campaigns, small business owners can't hedge against the kind of volatility that we see playing out in the economy right now. And every time Trump throws another tantrum on trade, Republicans are tossing small businesses into a tailspin with no warning, no help, and frankly, no concern. But maybe that's the point. Republicans don't care about new small business entrepreneurs or those people struggling with opiate addiction. If they did, they would uplift successful programs and agencies like SBA or SAMHSA, not gutting them. And unless you're a mega donor or a loyal MAGA mouthpiece, you do not matter to this Republican majority. And what is happening here isn't just irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, it is immoral, and it's a damn disgrace, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just a little confused. My colleague mentioned whiplash, and I'm feeling a little whiplash over here because Democrats liked Elon Musk, then they hated Elon Musk, and now they like him again? I'm just a bit confused. Want to make sure that maybe someone can clear that up for me because it goes back and forth, and I feel like the whiplash is... you know what? I will yield 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Musk.
Okay.
Okay.
But, Mr. Speaker, it sure does
The
feel like
gentlewoman is recognized.
It sure does feel like that they are going back and forth on him, and there's lots of whiplash going on. So they need to make it clear because now they're quoting him on the floor. But and what's embarrassing, really, truly is that the Democrats adhere to their talking points and repeat them and repeat them and repeat them. And this is a perfect example of where Democrats are spreading misinformation. They want the public to believe that Republicans are cutting Medicaid, and we are not. We are making sure it goes to those people who need it, and we use every taxpayer dollar wisely. That means we're making sure American tax dollars go to American citizens. And that means strengthening the system so care can get to those who need it most, and we weed out waste, fraud, and abuse. Individuals who are suffering from substance addiction, like those we're working to help with the Support Reauthorization Act, are not subject to the work requirements in the one big, beautiful bill. And 11 Democrats voted for the Support Act coming out of committee. And I think that we need to make sure that we are sticking to the facts instead of Democrat talking points. And with that, I will yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend and colleague from Minnesota for yielding. I rise today in support of this rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 2931, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration's open border policies have allowed millions of illegal immigrants to pour into our country. Making matters worse, Democrat politicians in cities across our country have enacted sanctuary city policies that have further encouraged waves of illegal immigrants to come into our communities, circumventing federal law and raising serious public safety concerns. Last November, the American people overwhelmingly elected President Trump with a clear mandate to secure the border and restore public safety in our communities. And since taking office, President Trump has delivered on this promise. Despite the incredible efforts by this administration to secure our border and remove criminal aliens from our country, Democrat mayors have doubled down on their failed sanctuary city policies that harbor criminal illegal aliens and defy cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. In my home state of Minnesota, the local SBA office is based in the city of Minneapolis, and it's responsible for serving all 87 counties throughout Minnesota. For years, Minneapolis has passed several sanctuary city policies, while at one point attempting to defund its own police department, further jeopardizing public safety. My legislation, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act, would require the Small Business Administration to relocate its offices out of sanctuary jurisdictions to better ensure resources benefit American small businesses in rural communities without being entangled in local policies that promote lawlessness. Our small business owners and those who rely on the SBA for loans, disaster relief, and support deserve access to these services in a safe, secure environment. This bill would codify 2 of President Trump's executive orders: protect SBA employees and safeguard the entrepreneurs who fuel our economy. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Minnesota yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think the idea that quoting somebody means that you like them is kind of absurd. I quote Trump a lot, and I can assure you he's not anywhere on my top 2 millionth list of people that I like. So in any event, earlier today, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I want to point out that the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office put out new estimates on the Republicans' tax scam, which shows that this bill is even worse than we thought, if that's even possible. And I ask unanimous consent to enter the new CBO cost estimate into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the document shows that their bill, the Republican bill, the bill that the gentlelady supported, will blow a massive hole in our deficit, costing taxpayers close to $3 trillion over the next decade. Their bill, and here's what's particularly galling, would also kick more than 15 million people off their health care through devastating cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, including the millions of Americans who will lose coverage on the exchanges once Republicans let the premium tax credits expire. This isn't me saying it. This is the CBO saying it, that their bill is going to throw millions and millions of our fellow citizens off of their health care. And they're doing it. And they're going forward with it like it's no big deal. At the same time, they're giving a tax break to billionaires. And why, again, are they adding trillions to our debt and kicking millions off of their health care? Again, to hand out $3.7 trillion in tax cuts, which overwhelmingly benefit billionaires, wealthy heirs, and corporations. And it pains me to say that I agree with Elon Musk on some of his criticisms here, but the Republican tax scam really is a disgusting abomination. And I would urge people who watch this debate, don't take my word for it. Don't take the gentlelady's word for it. Actually Google CBO. Look up what the facts are. And the facts, quite frankly, are damning. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 2753, the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act, which would block the Republican budget from cutting Medicaid or SNAP benefits and kicking people off these life-saving programs. 2 weeks ago, House Republicans jammed through their multi-trillion-dollar budget scam by a one-vote margin, And now we're learning that some Republicans didn't even know what was in the bill, which is inexcusable. But anyway, that's what they're claiming publicly. Well, let me remind you, more tax breaks for billionaires, wealthy heirs, and corporations, while lower-income Americans are made worse off through the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in our nation's history. Our nutrition programs this is the biggest cut to our nutrition programs in the history of our country. Again, Elon Musk called this bill a disgusting abomination. But it's not too late. Republicans can still correct their grave injustice and vote to protect health care and SNAP for millions of Americans by voting to bring up the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from Massachusetts for the time and for offering this resolution, which is simple. It would block any budget reconciliation language in the House or Senate that reduces Medicaid or SNAP benefits. In other words, it would block any legislation that would unnecessarily increase human suffering, that would harm fellow Americans. Mr. Speaker, this is day 152 of the 119th Congress, and American families have seen no relief. Instead, this Republican majority is poised to make things worse through the reconciliation process. In pushing $300 billion in cuts to food support, congressional Republicans will make groceries even more expensive for the 42 million families already struggling to put food on the table every day. 80% of these households includes a child, a senior, a disabled person, or a veteran. Let that sink in. SNAP provides $6 a day in food assistance to hungry Americans. It's a small amount, but it's enough, Mr. Speaker, to lift millions of Americans out of poverty and to create a foundation of health and well-being. Just $6 a day can create a pathway to opportunity. Republicans want to take food away from hungry people, not to balance the budget. We know the bill actually increases the deficit by nearly $3 trillion. And they're not doing it to better serve our veterans. The bill actually reduces funding for our vets, too. No, Republicans are doing this to fund tax breaks for the wealthiest of individuals and big corporations. And if that's not enough, the House Republican bill slashes nearly every bit of Medicaid funding needing $1 trillion, taking away health care from 14 million Americans, including children, mothers, seniors, and low-income families. Many will die. And while a Senate colleague correctly pointed out this week that, yes, death is inevitable, we should not actively work to expedite it. I would hope, I would pray that we can all agree on that point. We are public servants. We're called to lead with compassion, to feed the hungry, and care for the sick. There isn't a single member of Congress.
I yield the additional minute to the gentleman.
There isn't a single member of Congress who doesn't represent families who rely on SNAP or Medicaid to make ends meet. It's simple. These cuts will lead to suffering, and we must stop them. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can bring this important legislation to the floor. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Reserve. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I was just thinking about what we are talking about, and the notion that my colleagues are really considering voting against the Support Reauthorization Act is baffling to me. Really, I think it all shows that they hate President Trump, and so much that they are willing to vote against legislation that would help communities combat opioid abuse. They want to stick to their anti-Trump, anti-Republican talking points and avoid talking about the bills that are in front of us. Now I'd like them to try taking that message, the message that they refuse to provide legislation, that they refuse to provide resources to their communities to combat opioid abuse. I want them to try to take that back to their constituents. This bill brings resources to our constituents to combat opioid abuse. That's what we're talking about. It is that simple. They can hate the president or they don't have to, but don't let these people facing substance addiction and our communities suffer for their talking points. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me just respond to the gentlelady by saying I don't know how Democrats are going to vote. I think some will vote for the bill and some will vote against the bill. But what people are really upset about is the fact that we're bringing a bill to reauthorize programs that, as we speak, Donald Trump is cutting, and my friends on the other side of the aisle are saying not a damn thing. So this is what the American people hate about Congress, is when members of Congress get up and say one thing and then do another thing. He's trying to eliminate SAMHSA. He's firing people as we speak. I mean, every state is being negatively impacted by this. I supported these programs and this reauthorization in the past. I support the underlying programs. But I'm furious that as we're having this debate, making believe to the American people that somehow we're on their side, that we're fighting, substance use disorder, that we're fighting addiction and the opiate crisis, that we're really serious about this. While we're having this debate, the President of the United States and this administration are gutting these very programs, and my friends are saying not a damn thing. Maybe the gentlelady supports what the President is doing. Maybe she supports gutting these programs. But I don't. And if you truly support what these bills are authorizing, you would be screaming as loud as we are. This is bad for our constituents. This is bad for our country. We have made progress in my home state of Massachusetts in reducing the number of opiate-related deaths. And we could point directly to some of these programs that have made a real difference. But as we are speaking right now, these things are being undermined, and that is what has us so upset. So I mean, let's make no mistake about it. We in a bipartisan way moved these programs forward in the past. That's because we believed it was all real, that it wasn't fake, it wasn't show business. What's happening here is not real. And Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
The members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, and the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to talk about an issue that touches every community in this country, mental health. More than 1 in 5 adults in the United States lives with a mental illness. These are our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, our family members, and for many of us, the issue is deeply personal. And whether you live in a big city or a small town, almost everyone has a person in their life that is struggling, and chances are you know someone who struggled, or you could be struggling yourself. In Ohio, we've seen just how urgent this crisis has become, where we only have about half of the mental health behavioral workforce that we need to meet the demand. In fact, there's just one psychiatrist for every 6,000 Ohioans. And that's not just a workforce problem, that's a public health emergency. The Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act would authorize hundreds of millions of dollars in much needed federal funding to address this crisis. It also includes my bipartisan legislation, the Mental Health Improvement Act, which provides tens of millions of dollars annually to expand our behavioral health workforce, helping to train, recruit, and retain mental health professionals across the country. It's a common sense solution that will bring resources directly to communities like mine and yours, Mr. Speaker, helping to address addiction, reduce suicide, and ensure more Americans get the care they need when they need it. But it's important that this program and others that are included in this bill actually reach the communities who desperately need the assistance. And that's why I urge my colleagues to not only pass this bipartisan legislation, but to also continue to advocate for its implementation. Just a few weeks ago, I visited a federally qualified health center in my district. It's called the I Promise Health Quarters, and it's supported by the LeBron James Family Foundation. And in meeting with the behavioral health services there, they said they don't have enough people to work for the need that is in our community. And this bill would be able to help it. And while we have worked with and come up with a serious solution to this crisis, the administration has proposed cuts and fired hundreds of workers at agencies that are supposed to implement these very programs. This is unacceptable, undermining the Medicaid program and getting people kicked off so they can't even support this really great underlying bill because of the funding mechanisms. This is unacceptable. And this is why we must show the American people that when we put partisanship aside and put people first, we can deliver
recognized for another 30 seconds.
Meaningful results. We need to put our money where our mouths are. We need to put programs in place that will help our citizens, save lives, and keep our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my colleagues on the other side have been using the same anti-Trump, anti-Republican talking points for months and months. And I understand that they don't like what the House Republicans are doing, and they don't like what the president is doing, but the American people do. Poll after poll is showing that an increasing number of people now believe this country is heading in the right direction. A Rasmussen Reports survey shows that this is the first time in 20 years that the majority of respondents have felt that way. So go ahead and vote against these things, and these things will increase work to stop the opioid crisis, curb wasteful spending of the American taxpayer dollar, and address illegal immigration. But know that it will be a vote against the will of the American people. And I would like to yield 2 minutes to another colleague of mine from Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important topic. As a former police officer in Duluth, Minnesota, one of the worst calls you can get is an overdose. Because when you go there, individuals deceased, you make sure that it was an overdose, that nothing else took the life of that individual. And then you have to formulate a plan on how you're going to notify mom or dad or the next of kin. That is the most gut-wrenching thing a law enforcement officer can do. It's like rock slag. Very hard to do that. To knock on that door. You are about to give their loved one the worst news ever. You knock on that door and they open the door. They see a police officer in full uniform. They know something is up. And then you have to tell them. And you have to be straight up with them. That their son or daughter or their loved one died. And the first question is how? Mr. So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so, we believe it was a drug overdose. The toxicology tests will confirm, but we believe it was a drug overdose. And then all holy you-know-what breaks out in the house. From crying to tears to frustrations at the individual that delivered the worst news in their lifetime. They never forget that police officer, what he or she looked like, the demeanor he or she had, what they smelled like, what time of a day it was, how hard the knock was, how many times you rang the doorbell. Mr. Speaker, it's tough. This is a very good bill to stop drug overdoses, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me just for the record, I mean, again, what we are objecting to is the fact that all the programs that are contained in this bill that are being authorized are being gutted by this administration. And my friends are saying nothing about it. And that's the ultimate kind of cynical maneuver here on the, I mean, this administration is cutting money for first responder training, cutting money for pregnant and postpartum women, for programs to help prevent children from going down the road to addiction, cutting programs to track opioids, cutting comprehensive opioid care centers. They're proposing that they're being to be totally eliminated. So, I mean, we're having this debate while, as we speak, they are gutting these programs, and my friends are saying nothing. Like, no, everything's great. Give me a break. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico. No. I got it in my hand right here. I'd like to 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamala Jerdov.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Massachusetts. You know, I rise in strong opposition to this rule and to the divisive, destructive bills that it brings to the floor, especially H.R. 2931, the so-called Save the SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act, because in reality, this bill doesn't save anything. It continues to eviscerate small businesses in order to benefit the greediest, the biggest corporations and their CEOs who don't even need the Small Business Association. But you know who does? Small businesses who just want customers, employees, and the chance that SBA affords them to attain success. No, this bill actually punishes small businesses and immigrant communities to score cheap political points. Forcing the SBA to close or relocate offices in cities like Los Angeles, my home, simply because we refuse to bend the knee to the president and to MAGA Republicans' anti-immigrant agenda is about retaliation, not good governance. Immigrants start businesses, and you know what? They hire other immigrants. And you know who benefits? Everyone, because they are paying taxes, they are hiring our neighbors, they are delivering a service, they are growing our economy. LA is home to over 244,000 businesses. So is the goal for this administration to shut all those businesses down? Red businesses, blue businesses, independent businesses, because there's a problem with LA, because they don't like immigrants? Businesses like Doolin's, a family-owned business in my district that's been open for 30 years. And after the LA urban fires, they fed victims. They need SBA. They deserve SBA, as do the millions of small businesses like them. And this bill gives them the finger on top of the chaos of the taco taxes. So I am urging a vote no on the rule and the cruel, unnecessary legislation that it brings forward. This is an alternate reality, this floor, when I'm hearing from Republican colleagues who are not talking at all all about the millions of Americans that are going to be harmed by these destructive bills.
Gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know the gentlelady doesn't want me to talk about Elon or what Elon said, but we're going to talk about it anyway. Mr. Speaker, as Elon Musk said, Trump's one big, beautiful GOP tax scam is a, quote, disgusting abomination. Well, let me break it down for you and for the American people. 10 of the most egregious abominations in this bill. One, the GOP tax scam is a massive giveaway to the wealthiest in our country. And we're talking about investment and hedge fund managers paying a lower tax rate than regular income earners like school teachers or firefighters. And it would cut taxes for the top 5% of taxpayers while reducing critical resources for the poorest households, setting off what would be the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history. Thank you. Two, Trump's bill guts Medicaid and likely Medicare too. If this bill is signed into law, we will expect to see widespread hospital closures and 15 million individuals, including sick children, seniors, and the disabled, they could lose their health care coverage. 3, it raises costs for people on individual health insurance plans. Republicans' under-the-radar tweaks to the Affordable Care Act could increase health insurance premiums by hundreds of dollars and force tens of thousands of people out of the marketplace. 4, this bill attacks food stamps. Millions will lose access to their SNAP benefits, taking food off the plates of hungry families, seniors, and veterans. 5, it terminates the IRS Direct File Program, a successful free tax filing service that helped over 140,000 people file their taxes in 2024. 6, it increases fees on asylum seekers and dumps billions into Trump's mass deportation efforts. 7, and get this, Republicans' bill is great for big oil and gas. It turns over millions of acres of public lands to big corporate drillers and would allow them to pay to get their projects rubber stamped without any input from the public. 8, it guts green energy subsidies, including investments in renewable energy projects that are already underway. 9, it blocks state AI regulations and a giveaway to big tech, completely trampling over state legislators. 10, and it scraps a nearly a century-long tax on gun silencers. Like, who does that? Who does that? Truly horrendous. We have a gun violence epidemic, and the Republicans want to make it easier for dangerous people to access deadly gun attachments. Mr. Speaker, clearly this tax scam bill is no good, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify a little thing. My colleague continues to talk about the tax bill, which is not actually in front of us right now, which is we are talking about different things, but I do feel the need to address that in that tax bill that he is talking about, in the reconciliation bill that he trashes and says that it is, a tax breaks for billionaires. I just want to use my district as an example. In my district, in the 7th District of Minnesota, this bill, the reconciliation bill that he opposes, would prevent a 25% tax hike for most people in my district, and where the average income is $70,000, not billionaires, $70,000. It also increases the standard deduction. It increases the child tax credit. It helps small businesses through the 199.8 deduction. So this is a solid tax bill. We looked at what we can do to help the average citizen in the country, and we made sure that it was a solid tax bill. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are correcting some of the talking points that the Democrats are using, because this does provide tax breaks for the middle income. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about people in the gentlelady's district in Minnesota. And I point this out because I'm learning that a lot of Republicans didn't read what was in the bill. So let me just provide some information for her. Under this bill, 5,800 people would lose coverage under the Affordable Care Act in her district alone. 15,367 in her district alone would lose Medicaid coverage. 21,167 people in her district alone would lose their health insurance outright. I mean, really? I mean, is that what representation is all about? Please, that is what is in this bill that most of you never read. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it laughable that for the last several decades, the GOP has branded themselves as the party of fiscal responsibility and economic development, when they are trying to pass a bill right now that would blow a hole through the deficit in $37 trillion over 30 years, while they are trying to gut the infrastructure that helps small businesses survive. They've attacked the Small Business Administration. They've got a bill on the floor this week that would take SBA out of our communities. They slashed the New Mexico Minority Business Development Agency. We're talking about millions of dollars in lost revenue. They've paused Job Corps and are going to cut it in communities across the country. They've gutted funding for NGOs and paused funding on the IRA, and they are trying to directly attack our small businesses. Now, when I think about the impacts of these cuts, I cannot do so without thinking of John Garcia, who is the director of SBA for the last 8 years, a Vietnam veteran who has dedicated 40 years of his life to ensuring that our communities and our veterans have the resources they need to thrive. And yet, Doge didn't care. Elon Musk didn't care, because he is one of those federal employees who just a few months ago was planning to do an expansive economic development plan across the state of New Mexico when he received the fork in the road letter. These are real people's lives. And you all are standing around here clowning us, pretending like you actually care about the American people and the economy and the deficit, and it's just a lie. You're running a scam on the American people, you're running a scam on yourselves, and you're hurting real people. And I stand against this rule and the bill that it would advance. I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The chair would remind that all remarks are to be made to the chair. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I always have to take the opportunity to correct things. What we are doing in this bill with Medicare, or in the reconciliation bill, because this bill in front of us is not what they're talking about, because they have digressed into Democrat, anti-Trump, anti-Republican talking points. But I do have to make a few things clear. With the Medicaid in the reconciliation bill, we have, for able-bodied individuals without dependents, there is a work requirement. That work requirement could also be schooling, or it can be community engagement. We will be removing illegal immigrants who should not be on Medicaid. We also are looking at that waste, fraud, and abuse, those items, and those people that will be removed should not have been on Medicaid in the first place. So they shouldn't have been there anyway. They shouldn't have been on the rolls. So it is not, we are not removing people that need Medicaid, because those people who need it will be getting it. It's that work requirement, it's the illegal immigrants, and those who should not have been on it in the first place. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, well, first let me just say to the gentlelady that according to CBO, undocumented immigrants are not receiving federal funds for Medicaid. So, I mean, read CBO. Don't listen to your Republican talking points. Actually read the stuff that we pay people to provide us the information to make sure we have the facts. Mr. Speaker, these bills are not standalone ideas. They're part of a larger Republican playbook, one that protects the powerful and punishes the rest. more tax breaks for billionaires, more crumbs for working people, more favors for Wall Street, more struggles for Main Street, more cruelty toward the vulnerable, more indifference to anyone who isn't writing a campaign check. We have never seen pay to play as much as we have seen in this Congress and in this administration. This isn't governing. It is greed, it is corruption, and cruelty masquerading as policy. And the American people deserve a hell of a lot better than this dark vision. The idea that you're going to take health care away from people is unconscionable. And you do so with a straight face is unconscionable. This big, ugly bill is a disgrace. And today you're attacking small businesses and you're attacking programs that help combat the substance abuse addiction in this country. Vote no.
Expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
May I inquire, Mr. Speaker, how much time I have left? Or how much both sides?
The gentlelady has 14 and a half minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd actually like to, Mr. Speaker, take an unorthodox step and associate myself with the remarks of one of my Democrat colleagues from New Mexico in the Rules Committee, I guess it was last night. What's astonishing is that my Democrat colleague finally admitted what we've been telling the American people for weeks. And as we mentioned, we're talking about the illegal immigrants, in light of the CBO score that 1.4 million illegal immigrants are indeed on the rolls of state healthcare systems. Now, our colleague tried to take us down a rabbit hole, and she ended up twisting herself in knots to find the terminology to aid her in the talking points. The latest argument, apparently to hide the fact that illegal immigrants are accessing Medicaid, is that they are only accessing state health systems, not the Medicaid program. But, I'd like to point out in a newsflash, Medicaid is a state-administered program that supports state health systems. And don't take it from me. Let me quote the Congressional Research Service. Medicaid is a joint federal-state program. The federal government requires states to cover certain mandatory populations and benefits, but allows states to cover their other optional populations and benefits. Due to this flexibility, there is a substantial state variation in factors such as Medicaid eligibility, covered benefits, and provider payment rates. In addition, several waivers and demonstration authorities and statutes allow states to operate their Medicaid programs outside of certain federal rules. Now, even Democrats are admitting that Medicaid dollars are being used to benefit illegal immigrants, and that's what we are trying to stop. Draining this program of funds that are intended to help American citizens in need. I reserve. Oh, excuse me. And Mr. Speaker, as expected, my colleagues are unable to focus on the task at hand. Instead, they want to continue their fear-mongering and falsehoods about what is in the one big, beautiful bill. For the record, again, it does not cut Medicaid for any U.S. citizen who needs it. It does strengthen the system and make sure it benefits the people who really need it. We need to be responsible to the taxpayers, and we are going after waste, fraud, and abuse. And I will say it again, anyone who needs Medicaid will have it. I reserve.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining.
Oh, you're out of time. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I didn't understand that he was out of time.
Does the gentlelady yield?
No, I will continue my closing statement.
Go ahead. Recognized.
Or
gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
You know what? I'll reserve. Why can't I?
The gentlewoman from Minnesota has the only time remaining.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I understand now. He has no time, so you won't be doing a closing.
Closing.
Okay.
I would like more
Thank you.
time.
The gentlewoman is recognized for her closing statement.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I was not clear. I assumed he had a few minutes left. Where's my closing? You have it. There it is. Thank you. And as expected, my colleagues deviated completely from the task at hand we had today. And instead, like I said earlier, they wanted to continue these attacks on one big, beautiful bill. And I have mentioned repeatedly that Medicaid is not cut for those who need it. And we are ensuring that American taxpayer dollars are going to help American businesses. The American Entrepreneur First Act does not prevent people with temporary visas or other legal immigrant statuses from holding jobs at American businesses or from owning their own small businesses. It just says that if you want support from American tax dollars, you need to be an American citizen or a lawful permanent resident. And the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act further supports that mission, a mission that the majority of Americans support to end pro-illegal immigration policies by showing these cities that the SBA is serious and is going to move its offices if sanctuary cities do not start following federal law. And here we are here to further the great work that is being done by our communities to put a stop to the terrible overdose and substance abuse issues in this country through the Support Act for Patients and Community Reauthorization Act, I do not believe that there is a person in this chamber who does not see this as one of the most serious issues facing our nation today. And Mr. Speaker, I support the rule and the underlying legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote. Yeas and nays, I'm sorry.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on HRES 458 and adoption of HRES 458 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 458, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 30, House Resolution 458, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2483, to reauthorize certain programs that provide for opioid use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2931, to direct the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to relocate certain offices of the Small Business Administration in sanctuary jurisdictions and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2966, to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to require an applicant for certain loans of the administration to provide certain citizenship status documentation and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2987, to amend the Small Business Act to require a limit on the number of small business lending companies and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask
for what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Would members Could members please take their conversations off the floor? The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to, without amendment, H. Conres 24, a concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for an event to celebrate the birthday of King Kamehameha I.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 2483.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 458 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 2483. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2483, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 84, H.R. 2483, a bill to reauthorize certain programs that provide for opioid use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2483, the Support Act for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act. When the Committee on Energy and Commerce led the way on the original Support Act 7 years ago under the leadership of Chairman Greg Walden, the opioid crisis looked different. Overdose deaths were largely driven by prescription and semi-synthetic opioids like oxycodone and heroin. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, government-enforced lockdowns hurt patients in recovery and sent more people into despair, increasing the amount of people taking illegal drugs for the first time. Since then, we continue the heartbreaking stories about the toll illicit fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances have on our communities. The rate at which Americans are dying from fentanyl poisoning is just devastating. At our first Health Committee hearing in this Congress, we listened to the testimony of Ray Cullen, who lost his son, Zach, to fentanyl poisoning. Nobody should have to experience this pain. Earlier this year, the House took a critical step to get illicit fentanyl off our streets in passing the Halt Fentanyl Act, an act which is led by my friend Congressman Morgan Griffith. I am proud today, leading the reauthorization of the Support Act. By passing this bill, we continue our work to help improve treatment and recovery opportunities, bolster prevention initiatives, and fight the fentanyl crisis. This bill is about offering hope to those in despair, those battling substance use disorder, their families and loved ones, and healthcare heroes and first responders who need continued support to help save lives. I would like to thank Congresswoman Pedersen and all of the members who have supported this important bipartisan piece of legislation. I am hopeful that by reauthorizing programs with proven success and increasing access to treatment, we can continue to address and prevent these tragic drug-related deaths and restore hope and healing to those who need it. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2483, legislation that reauthorizes the Support Act. Last Congress, this bill passed with strong bipartisan support right here on the House floor under suspension of the rules. But today it's coming up under rule because a lot has changed since last year. As we all know, there's a new administration, and the Trump administration is attacking mental health and substance use response efforts on every front. Republicans want to move forward with this legislation at the same time that they are silently watching as the Trump administration dismantles SAMHSA, the very agency that is responsible for carrying out the programs that the Support Act reauthorizes. Thanks to our efforts in recent years, we've made significant improvements in combating the opiate overdose epidemic that has devastated families in every community throughout our nation. But those improvements are now threatened as the Trump administration cuts the very programs and funding that have helped us turn the corner. In the past few months, the Trump administration has completely eroded the mental health and substance use treatment landscape as we know it. It has fired hundreds of workers at SAMHSA, including key senior officials such as the director of the Center Focused on Mental Health. The department continues to refuse to respond to my repeated requests about how many SAMHSA employees have been terminated and how many additional firings are planned. The Trump administration has eliminated entire offices that are responsible for collecting data on mental health and substance use and helping people locate treatment services. These actions will only make it harder for people seeking treatment to find care. And the Trump administration is also eliminating SAMHSA altogether without congressional reauthorization. It will be combined with other agencies that the Trump administration doesn't care about under the banner of a larger, quote, Make America Healthy Again office. These critical programs to treat mental health and substance abuse will be deprioritized or eliminated in favor of Kennedy's or Secretary Kennedy's pet projects, like destroying Americans' access to vaccines. And Congress has received zero information from the administration about how this new office will work and how the work of SAMHSA to address the mental health and substance use treatments needs of our communities will be prioritized. The Trump administration is also rescinding more than $1 billion in essential funding that states rely on through block grants. It has also proposed eliminating dozens of different mental health and substance use programs, including 8 programs reauthorized by the Support Act. And this includes programs to train first responders who respond to opioid overdose calls, provide residential treatment to pregnant and postpartum women, and support people in long-term recovery. If Republicans really support these programs, they should be opposing the president's budget, which lays out plans to cut the very programs they claim to care about. In fact, the Trump administration budget goes further and proposes eliminating nearly all of the Support Act programs as they propose to eliminate all the so-called programs of regional and national significance. This is the umbrella under which nearly all of the Support Act programs reside. They've also proposed gutting the mental health block grant, the substance abuse block grant, the state opioid response grants, consolidating them into one program with a deep funding cut. So just let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This is not a budget proposal in the traditional sense. This is a roadmap for what the Trump administration plans to do unless the federal courts prevent them from proceeding. Their expansive and limitless view of the president's authority knows no bounds. If DOJ wants to cut entire agencies, eliminate programs, and impound funds, they will do it regardless of the law. And the Trump administration is making clear that funding treatment and prevention for mental health and substance abuse issues is not a priority. And unfortunately, Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate silently sit by and watch all the destruction and illegal actions. House Republicans have not conducted any oversight of this administration. And let us not forget also, Mr. Speaker, last month, House Republicans passed the biggest cut to Medicaid in history as part of their scheme to fund giant tax breaks for billionaires. As the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just announced this morning, the GOP tax scam now cuts 16 million people, up from 13.5 to 16 million people from their health care, all to give tax breaks to their billionaire friends. Medicaid covers 40% of all Americans with opioid use disorder. Gutting the program will leave millions of Americans without access to life-saving care. And we can't just go back to business as usual after that devastation was supported and passed by my Republican colleagues. So all of these actions completely undermine the efforts we have made to address substance use disorders in communities across the country. They will have disastrous and deadly consequences on the millions of Americans impacted by substance use disorder. And yet House Republicans are here on the floor today pretending that we're conducting business as usual here in Washington. Well, if that were the case, I would join them in supporting the legislation, just as I did last Congress. But this administration is not conducting business as usual, and Republicans doing absolutely nothing to fight back. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I can't support this bill while our mental health and substance use treatment infrastructure is being gutted by the Trump administration. There needs to be a functioning agency to implement the programs in this bill. There needs to be actual funding for the agency to carry out these programs. Neither will exist under what Trump has done or is proposing. If Republicans were really interested in continuing to combat the opioid overdose crisis, they would finally join us in opposing the illegal actions of the Trump administration rather than hiding behind this legislation today. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out, as they have had efficiencies in HHS in this area, had been reported to us there's no material changes in the programs before us today, showing that the Trump administration has substance use disorder and drug addiction as a number one priority. And I just don't understand the logic that the best way to send a message to the president that you support these programs is to vote no on the bill. I just don't understand that logic. I hope we can get a bipartisan support, and we'll put the bill on the president's desk, and I believe the president will sign the bill. I will like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the chairman of the subcommittee on energy, Mr. Latter from Ohio.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the chair of the full committee for yielding. Appreciate it. I rise in support of H.R. 2483, the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act of 2025. The SUPPORT Act is one of the most impactful bills the Energy and Commerce Committee has worked on during my time in Congress. Simply put, we came together to implement bipartisan policies that would save lives. Gone are the days that substance abuse and addiction are a far-off problem that doesn't impact each one of our district. Instead of hearing the words, I know someone who knows someone, too often we hear, I know someone personally addicted who's impacted by addiction. That is why it's absolutely essential we reauthorize the SUPPORT Act, which will ensure we have the right tools at our disposal to fight the scourge of fentanyl and opioids in our communities. We must continue vital resources for prevention, education, treatment, recovery, workforce, and law enforcement to help patients struggling with substance abuse. This reauthorization ensures that we will continue to make progress, we will continue to fight back, and we will continue to save lives. I want to again thank the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Kentucky, for his leadership on this legislation. Let's fix it, let's promote treatment before tragedy, and stop the drug poisonings. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, who's the ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. SAMHSA's stated mission is to lead public health and service delivery efforts that promote mental health, prevent substance misuse, and provide treatments and supports to foster recovery while ensuring access and better outcomes for all. It is not an exaggeration to say that the public servants at SAMHSA work every day to prevent overdoses and suicides and save lives. As a longtime champion for behavioral health parity and access to treatment, and as co-chair of the Congressional Addiction Treatment and Recovery Caucus, bipartisan in nature, there have been a few questions on my mind. For instance, how many public servants need to be fired at SAMHSA before we say enough? How many suicide prevention trainings need to be canceled before Republicans can speak out? How many life-saving naloxone trainings need to be canceled for Republicans to say something, say anything? How many lives need to be lost before Republicans tell the Trump administration to stop the decimation of SAMHSA? I have other questions too, simple ones like how many people work at SAMHSA currently? What divisions have no staff left at all? What programs have they had to cut in local communities? In February, following the firing of probationary employees, I started asking these questions, and since the firing of nearly 50% of SAMHSA staff, I have continued asking those questions. To date, I have gotten 0 answers. 0. Currently, we have lost 50% of SAMHSA staff, and it's not HHS or the Trump administration that shared that with Congress. We only have confirmation that SAMHSA lost half its staff from the press and from the former SAMHSA employees. That simply is unacceptable. As a Congress, if we say we care about behavioral health, if we say there's a crisis, then we should be ashamed that we are okay not knowing this. For 4 months, we have been asking questions, and instead of answers, we have even more concerning questions. I shared with our Energy and Commerce Committee chair that as the committee that has jurisdiction over SAMHSA, how do we not have these very important answers? This affects every community in the country, and our first action should be finding out these answers. If the administration refuses to come in, then let's bring in the fired employees. These people are some of the most dedicated public servants who did this work for all the right reasons, and they served an incredible need. On behalf of all Americans, I thank all of the fired SAMHSA employees for their service to our nation. You deserved better, and frankly, all Americans deserve better. Our loved ones should have access to effective addiction treatment, prevention and recovery support, and behavioral health support and services. The recent actions of this Trump administration are betraying the goal of access to behavioral health treatment and support. RFK and Donald Trump have proposed to eliminate SAMHSA as an independent agency, burying it somewhere in the so-called Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA. Let's remember that the whole reason Congress moved SAMHSA into an independent agency was to ensure that behavioral health was prioritized, despite the long-standing stigma. Instead, AHA would take us back to the time that behavioral health is tucked away in another agency and deprioritized. When the agency is gutted, the programs and the mission suffer, and ultimately, the individuals we are trying to help with their mental health and substance use struggles will simply not get the support they need. People will die. I beg my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, let's reverse course. We have an obligation to protect SAMHSA's mission and all of our constituents who SAMHSA serves. Like many of my colleagues, I support the programs in this package, but it's completely disingenuous and frankly outrageous that Republicans are here today trying to pat themselves on the back as doing something meaningful for those struggling with addiction, while the entire agency we are authorizing programs for is being dismantled. The people doing the work we are authorizing have all been fired, and the administration is proposing even more draconian cuts for mental health and substance use programs in the 2026 budget.
The gentleman want an additional minute?
Yes.
The gentleman additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
So give me a break. It's like we're trying to heal a bullet wound with a Band-Aid. So I'm regrettably going to have to vote no, and would respectfully ask my Republican colleagues to pause today's vote and instead focus our attention on responding to the actual crisis at SAMHSA. Let's stop this performance and instead let's do the right thing and walk out right now and make calls and work together to stop this madness. Let's actually do something to meet this moment before it's too late and we no longer have an agency focused on behavioral health. This is truly a performative vote. If Republicans are too scared to say anything when the agency is being decimated and the mission is on the line, but they want to go home and say they voted for support. But they won't mention that it will never be implemented because the funding and staff are gone. Let's return to my initial question. How many lives need to be lost before Republicans tell the Trump administration to stop the decimation of SAMHSA? If Republicans go forward with this vote today, while staying silent as this administration takes the chainsaw to SAMHSA, then it's clear that they are willing to let SAMHSA lose all of its capacity to serve its mission to save lives. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to the chair of the Subcommittee on Health, important worker on this piece of legislation, my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Chairman Guthrie's support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act of 2025. This critical legislation reflects House Republicans' ongoing commitment to fighting the opioid and fentanyl crisis that is devastating families across this nation. Under the leadership of President Trump and Chairman Guthrie, we are finally seeing real progress. Listen to these figures, Mr. Chairman. For the first time in years, opioid overdose deaths have declined, dropping from over 83,000 in 2023 to under 55,000 by the most recent data. Those are good numbers. They did not happen by accident. It happened because we took bold action to secure our borders, to prioritize treatments, and invest in recovery programs that work. We can help continue this trajectory by advancing the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act, which is one of the single largest congressional efforts to address our opioid crisis. Through the Support Act, we are reauthorizing prevention programs and recovery services, ensuring first responders can access and administer naloxone, and ultimately restoring hope and healing by putting a stop to drug overdose and poisoning. I thank Chairman Guthrie for his work on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, let's pass this bill. Let's secure our borders. Let's stem the tide of the growing fentanyl crisis, and let's save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, I have a great deal of respect for the chairman of the Health Subcommittee, but, you know, he goes on to talk about how the Republicans are supporting these programs, and it's simply not true. Look, I have in front of me the budget. This came from the Department of Health and Human Services, right? Budget in brief, right? On page 35 through 36 of the document, it says, and I quote, "The budget eliminates the following programs to align investments with the administration's priorities." And it lists the following programs. First responder training. Well, there's so many. I don't want to read them all. But the chairman mentions helping first responders. That program, First Responder Training Program, is eliminated under the budget, right? Pregnant and postpartum women program, building communities of recovery, treatment recovery and workforce support, comprehensive opioid recovery centers, youth prevention and recovery initiatives. These are all eliminated. Now, I understand that, you know, the president is trying to prevent fentanyl from coming in from the border. I obviously support that. But the chairman mentioned, the chairman from Georgia said, we still need treatment, we still need education. Well, of course we do, but that's not what's going on here. The budget eliminates these programs. And so you can't just come here on the floor and say, oh, I support all this, and then authorize the programs, the very programs that are being eliminated so there's no funding and no staff to carry them out. It's not fair. You're giving the impression to the public that you're doing something that you're not. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Vice Chair of the Health Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce, my good friend from Florida, Mr. Dunn.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 2483, the Support Act reauthorization. This bill is a critical piece of legislation that will help bolster prevention, treatment, and recovery for millions of Americans suffering from substance abuse disorders. Thanks to the investments from the original Support Act in 2018 and the efforts of the Trump administration, we're finally starting to see a decrease in the overdose death rate. Florida is a shining example of this progress, and Florida pilot programs have taken innovative steps, such as using long-acting injectable to help fight opioid addiction. I'm encouraged by the number, and I also firmly believe that Congress needs to continue the programs to make this response possible. One Support Act program that I'm especially excited for is the First Responder Training Program, which helps ensure that the first responders are prepared and trained to administer Narcan. I also strongly believe in the residential treatment program for pregnant and postpartum women. This program is vital to help the new moms obtain treatment for substance abuse disorders. And these programs in this bill can change the lives of those who are suffering from substance abuse disorders when they have nowhere else to turn. For these reasons, I stand in strong support of H.R. 2483. I look forward to voting in favor of this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Maxine Dexter.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today not just as a member of this body, but as a physician who has spent nearly 2 decades caring for patients in the intensive care unit, many of them fighting for their lives because of a system that has failed to support them before crisis hit. In Oregon's 3rd District, we see every day how critical prevention, treatment, and recovery programs are. We need those programs my colleague from New Jersey just referred to as being cut. This bill does nothing to repair those cuts. These aren't abstract policy ideas. They are the difference between life and death for many of my constituents. They are critical for the health and safety of Oregonians and Americans across this country. That's why efforts to sustain and strengthen these programs matter deeply to the communities I represent. They are essential for the parents working 2 jobs while navigating recovery, for the young people trying to build a future after surviving an overdose, and for families trying to heal. But let's not kid ourselves. While Republicans bring this reauthorization bill to the floor, they stand by as the Trump administration dismantles the very agency responsible for implementing these programs. They've fired experts, erased offices, and rescinded over $1 billion already allocated to state and local response. And just 2 weeks ago, they passed the largest Medicaid cut in history out of this chamber, despite the fact that Medicaid covers 40% of Americans addicted to opioids. This wasn't fiscal accountability, it was a decision to directly undermine the access of care for millions of people who need it most. These are people who desperately need our compassion and care. Do not be fooled by this game of smoke and mirrors. This kind of hypocrisy cannot go unchallenged. Claiming to support recovery while simultaneously gutting the programs that make it possible is politics at its worst. You cannot honestly stand for people's need to access treatment while kneecapping the agency that is accountable for providing it. Lives are at stake, and the American people are watching. They do know what it means when elected leaders say one thing and do another, and they deserve honesty and real action. Thank you to my colleague from New Jersey for this debate, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out that the Medicaid reform specifically exempted people with substance use disorder from being defined as able-bodied for the purpose of the work requirement, specifically exempted them. So we understand that that Medicaid is a big payer for people with substance use disorder recovery services, and our bill exempted them, so that will continue. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Communities in my district and across the country continue to feel the devastating impact of the opioid and fentanyl crisis. We all know someone who's been affected, and many of us felt that loss ourselves. The SUPPORT Act, first signed into law by President Trump in 2018, brought vital resources to those on the front lines: patients, families, first responders, and recovery providers. Since then, overdose deaths have dropped significantly. But, as we all know too well in the Appalachia of Ohio, there is much more work to be done. Today's reauthorization builds on that progress. This bill ensures across to life-saving medications for first responders, expands treatment for pregnant women, strengthens prescription drug monitoring, and supports recovery centers and workforce reentry programs. By continuing this critical work, we can save more lives, restore more families, and bring hope to communities hit hardest by the addiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Overdose deaths are preventable, and we should be using all the tools at our disposal to save American families from the pain of losing a loved one to opioids. It's past time we treat the opioid crisis like the public health crisis that it is. And my Bipartisan Reconnections Act will do that by helping get overdose education and prevention tools like naloxone into the hands of those who need it. I'm proud that my common sense bill is included in the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act. It's great to see my colleagues recognizing the urgency of the crisis, but we have to be clear-eyed about the moment we're in. Medicaid is the country's single largest payer of both mental health and substance use services, and it's on the chopping block if my Republican colleague's budget bill is signed into law. We have to protect Medicaid at all costs, and I will continue standing up against any cuts to these life-saving benefits. Thank you to everyone who's been part of this fight. Thank you. This bill will save lives. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I want to point out one more time that in the Medicaid reform, people with substance use disorder and mental health issues are exempted from having to comply with the work requirement so that hardworking taxpayers who go to work will provide the categories we're just talking about today with Medicaid. They're just not going to provide able-bodied, and able-bodied is exempted from the able-bodied requirement if you're substance use disorder, recovery, and mental health. So I will now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Florida, great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Kamek.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Guthrie for your leadership on this bill and on this issue. I have a hard time listening to opposition to this bill. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for the last 4 years have continuously voted against the HALT Fentanyl Act, have stood in opposition to any effort to curb the opioid crisis in this country, which up until recently was killing 100,000 people every single year. And that's why today I rise to urge passage of the SUPPORT Act, because this ongoing addiction crisis, fueled in large part by fentanyl, is still killing Americans. And this legislation builds on the hard work that Republicans started back in 2018 under President Trump. And guess what? That work has made a difference. Instead of studying something over and over, this bill, along with other legislation, has directed resources to the ground where it's intended. Overdose deaths have dropped by nearly 30,000 last year, and that's not just a number, that's moms, dads, sons, daughters who are still with us today as a result of Congress stepping up. This reauthorization keeps the momentum going, and it makes sure that first responders like my husband Matt, who is a paramedic and a SWAT medic, firefighter, has the resources that they need to save lives in the field. And it doesn't stop there. This bill supports a full range of evidence-based treatment options, from emergency overdose reversal to long-term recovery tools like medication-assisted treatment, counseling, and peer support. The SUPPORT Act has the backing of more than 160 different organizations dedicated to substance abuse disorder treatment and recovery, and it expands care for pregnant and postpartum women, strengthens prescription drug monitoring, and helps individuals in recovery re-enter the workforce and rebuild their lives. That is what real solutions look like, not another study, and stop playing politics with people's lives, please. We need to support prevention, treatment, and recovery at every single level. I want to thank Chairman Guthrie again for leading on this issue, and I urge every single one of my colleagues to support this bill. Let's get it done, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about not only the SUPPORT Act, and the ineffectiveness of what's going on today with this reauthorized bill, but also about the Medicaid cuts, which also affect people who are impacted by behavioral or mental health problems. You know, I put up the budget before. This is the President's budget. This is the Health and Human Service Department's budget. And again, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can come here and say, we're reauthorizing this program, so what are you complaining about? Well, the programs that I mentioned that are cut in the President's budget, I'm not going to go through them again, but I mentioned the first responder training, the comprehensive opiate recovery centers, the youth prevention and recovery initiatives. All these programs are reauthorized by the bill before us today, but in the budget, the President eliminates the programs. No funding, no staff, no nothing, right? So how do you say that you're doing anything when the Trump administration is publicly laying out its plans to eliminate the very programs that you're reauthorizing? I mean, my colleagues on the other side are applauding their efforts to pass this bill, even though it's meaningless. How do you support a bill when the programs that reauthorize are said to be eliminated by the President of the United States and your own party? Now, you know, the same thing is true with regard to the Medicaid cuts, right? I hear my colleague, who I respect, the chairman of our Energy and Commerce Committee, keeps saying that Medicaid cuts in the budget bill that they passed a couple of weeks ago only affects the able-bodied. It doesn't affect people with substance use disorders or those struggling with mental illness because they're exempt from the work requirements, or the paperwork, if you will, that's in this bill that CBO says is going to take 16 million people will lose their health insurance. Just this morning, CBO revised their analysis of the Republican budget bill and said, we said it was 13.5, but now because of the changes before the bill went from the Energy and Commerce Committee to the floor, it's now 16 million people that will lose their health insurance, primarily because of all this red tape. Now, you know, taking health coverage from 16 million Americans is entirely unacceptable, and there's no amount of rationalizing that Republicans can do to make it any better. They said they're, quote, that they have exemptions from this paperwork. Well, those exemptions have never worked. We have the example from the state of Georgia, which admitted that there were 300,000 to 400,000 people under expanded Medicaid that were eligible for Medicaid under the state program, but only 4,500 of those 300,000 to 400,000 qualified because of the paperwork. So it doesn't matter what you say. Eliminating these people is simply unacceptable, and it just means they're going to go without health insurance, and the costs are going to go up for everybody else because they're now the hospitals, the nursing homes that take them are not going to get paid, and then all your private insurance and other insurance bills are going to go up. Your premiums are going to go up. Your deductibles are going to go up. Look, I just want to use, if I can, two examples from organizations that represent people with disabilities and know that the Republicans are taking away their health coverage, regardless of what they say about this, about the red tape. This is from a coalition of 425 disability and aging organizations, and I quote, they say, "We strongly oppose Medicaid cuts in any form, whether it's done by imposing work requirements, repealing the eligibility and enrollment rule, or further eliminating the way states fund their share of Medicaid costs. These proposals all lead to the same result. People with disabilities and older adults will lose care and support that keep them healthy and independent." That is the bottom line. No rationalizing away what's happening here. This is from the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. I could give you so many examples I want to use up all the time. The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation says, and I quote, "While people with chronic illnesses like cystic fibrosis may be exempt from work requirements, we know exemptions for people with disabilities and caregivers do not work. Exemptions may not happen automatically and can require complex paperwork and regular recertification, even for those with chronic lifelong conditions." Bottom line is, doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter how you do it, 16 million Americans are going to lose their health insurance under this legislation. And no amount of rationalizing on your part is going to change that. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that we spend about almost $700 billion in Medicaid. If this bill goes into effect, in 10 years from now, we're going to spend $1.1 trillion in Medicaid. I just want to make sure that point is made. I will now yield 2 minutes to my good friend and great leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee from California, Mr. Obernolte.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bipartisan bill that reauthorizes the Support Act programs from 2018. Mr. Speaker, we are facing an epidemic of fentanyl overdoses in this country, and this bill provides meaningful steps in countering that. The programs that this bill reauthorized provide naloxone for first responders, funding for prevention programs, funding for treatment programs, funding for recovery services. And the efficacy of these programs can be shown in the difference in overdose deaths that we have seen in this country between when the program was first implemented in 2018 and last year. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, a dramatic decline in overdose-related deaths, but more work remains to be done. Last year, Mr. Speaker, over 50,000 Americans lost their lives to opioid overdoses. That's why this bill is so important to reauthorize. And I'd like to thank my friend and the chairman for including my bill, the 988 Cybersecurity Lifeline bill, in this bill. I hope everyone in the chamber is aware of the 988 Lifeline and the vital services that it provides. It provides crisis mental health counseling to 24/7 to Americans that are facing mental health crises and in danger of committing suicide. But, Mr. Speaker, recently the crisis line was taken down by a cybersecurity incident. And I think we should all be able to agree that that is unacceptable. My bill will solve that problem by improving information sharing between law enforcement agencies and the operators of the Lifeline, which will keep that lifeline up for the people who need it. Mr. Speaker, this is a great bipartisan bill. I urge its support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just yield myself 1 minute. You know, I appreciate what the gentleman from California is saying, but the bottom line is, if these programs are successful under the Support Act, and I agree they have been, the numbers, you know, in terms of people dying, people who are severely impacted by opioid use and overdoses. I mean, clearly they've gone down because of the Support Act programs. But that's the very reason why the Republicans should speak out against the administration that's rescinding $1 billion in grants that are going for these treatment centers. Why they should speak out against the budget on the part of President Trump that I've cited several times today that eliminates these programs. Why they should speak out against these cuts in the staff for these programs. It's the very fact that the programs have been successful is why the administration should prioritize the programs, and the Republican leadership on our committee and in the House should say, what you're proposing, what you're doing, President Trump, is not acceptable because it's going to reverse this. It's going to reverse the trend where opioid use and overdose goes down. It's going to reverse it if we don't have these programs. That's why they're successful. And to just say we're going to reauthorize the Support Act, which is meaningless because they're eliminating the programs, that's not the answer. The answer is for all of you to get up, go down to the White House, join us and say, what you're doing, President Trump, is not acceptable. It's going to reverse the progress that we've made. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Michigan, a very strong leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. James.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dramatic pause for effect, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise today to speak in favor of the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act. I want to thank my friend Chairman Guthrie for his very hard work and leadership in getting this done. Fentanyl is a scourge on our nation, leaving a trail of heartbreak and destruction in its wake. We cannot allow this poison to continue tearing our families apart, and I'm proud that House Republicans are once again leading the fight to protect our communities and get fentanyl off our streets. Nationally, in 2022, the United States saw over 107,000 overdose deaths. 107,000 in 1 year. That's 45 more deaths in 1 year than we lost during the entirety of the 20-year war in Afghanistan. It's unconscionable. While I'm thrilled to see that opioid overdose deaths have declined from an estimated 83,000 in 2023 and 54,000 in 2024, there's still so much more that we have to do. The Support Act plays a critical role by ensuring first responders have access to life-saving naloxone, increasing treatment options, and bolstering support services. I'm especially pleased to see that provisions of my Road to Recovery Act were included in this Support Act. The bipartisan Road to Recovery Act reauthorizes life-saving resources vital to addressing opioid addiction and substance abuse across the country. It provides critical resources for SAMHSA's National Helpline, a free, confidential, 24/7, 365-day-a-year treatment, referral, and information services for individuals and families facing mental and/or substance use disorders. This service provides referrals to local treatment facilities, support groups, and community-based organizations. Mr. Speaker, the American people are tired of Democrats and Republicans bickering. I would imagine both Democrats and Republicans agree on fentanyl, and any step in the direction on fixing this scourge is a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, with this bipartisan legislation that we're taking and this action that we're taking to save lives, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this crucial legislation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire? You have one more speaker, then I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to one of our freshman members, not a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, but has been on the front lines of the opioid crisis in Topeka as Attorney General of Kansas, and it's great that we have his expertise in the Congress. And I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Kansas, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman for his leadership on this issue. This is a subject near and dear to my heart. I come from a part of the country in southeast Kansas where I've got a lot of classmates, friends, and neighbors who have struggled with addiction over the years. I know them personally. When I started in public service, it was all about methamphetamine in our part of the world. It was the clandestine meth lab in the trunk of a car or an abandoned barn or an old house. And we dealt with that as a matter of public policy by putting Sudafed behind the counter, made it harder for people to pilfer Sudafed and go out and cook up their own meth. We knew that that was going to cut down the number of clandestine laboratories, but it wasn't going to decrease the demand. It was just going to increase the demand for meth to come across the southern border, and that's what happened. And they created trade routes. And then along came the 90s, and unrelated to methamphetamine, we had a lot of big drug companies, some bad actors, who decided they were going to make more money by doing a lot of stuff they shouldn't have done to incent the medical community to prescribe more opioids. And they did. And it was illegal. And when I got to serve as Attorney General, we joined together, Republicans and Democrats. We didn't think about party affiliation, and we sued some of these companies, and we held them accountable. When I left office, we'd recovered about $340, $350 million from my state of Kansas to deal with drug treatment from Purdue Pharma and other companies that had peddled addiction for profit. Doesn't sound like a lot of money in this chamber, but to put it in context, that was many times more than the state of Kansas had ever spent on addiction treatment and intervention and prevention. We have an obligation to support these folks who are struggling down the street from us with addiction. Shouldn't be a partisan issue. It's more than just closing the border, although we have to do that. It's about helping folks change their behavior and their lives. And there's a lot that needs done. This is one piece of it. I'm a little bit disappointed that this has been something of a partisan debate. It never has been for me. It never was in my previous public roles. It should not be now. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership, encourage all my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
No further I reserve. No further speakers.
Gentleman from
I reserve and prepare to close.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask how much time remains on our side?
The gentleman has 8 minutes.
Okay. I'm prepared to close, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want everyone to understand my opposition to this bill. While the Support Act was first passed in 2018 with bipartisan support, the idea was to address the opioid crisis by authorizing programs that aim to prevent substance use disorder, increase access to treatment, and promote recovery. But the Trump administration has unlawfully gutted the agency responsible for carrying out these programs that the Support Act reauthorizes. And congressional Republicans are trying to have it both ways, and you really can't. They're trying to have it both ways. They're saying we're going to reauthorize the Support Act, but then they silently stand by as the Trump administration dismantles the very program under SAMHSA, or the very agency, SAMHSA, that actually implements the Support Act. And the Trump administration is moving forward with its unauthorized and illegal plans to eliminate SAMHSA altogether and combine mental health and substance use programs under this unrelated agency called the New Administration for a Healthy America. And believe me, Secretary, Kennedy has not explained in any way what this new administration will do or how it will continue any of the programs under SAMHSA. So, what has the administration done? First, they've fired hundreds of workers at SAMHSA, including key senior officials, such as the directors of centers focused on mental health and substance use treatment. They've eliminated entire offices authorized by this statute, including the National Mental Health and Substance Use Policy Lab and the Center for Behavioral Health, Substance and Quality, which has been opposed by dozens of leading mental health and substance use groups that don't want these agencies eliminated because they actually play a major role in helping people with mental and behavioral health problems. The Trump administration has rescinded over $1 billion from state and local behavioral health programs under mental health and substance use block grants. So this is the money that goes back to the states, the counties, and the towns to open up the centers, particularly for young people. That's where this all happens. It happens at the local level, where people are treated, where the education programs take place. That's $1 billion is gone. I mean, I'm sure it's in the courts, and the courts may say, well, you can't do it, hopefully, but they have rescinded it. And then lastly, the Trump administration has disregarded the will of Congress by preparing to eliminate 40 different mental health and substance use programs. And I'm not going to go through them again. I listed them. They're all in the president's budget. But it's terrible. It's things like the Centers for Youth. It's the Centers for First Responders, who are the ones that go and see people with overdose and try to make sure they don't die. So, again, all of this is happening, and the House Republicans say, oh, don't worry about that, because we're going to reauthorize the Support Act. And this is 2 weeks after the biggest cut to Medicaid in history with their GOP tax scam. My only point is very simple, Mr. Speaker, and that's this. The Energy and Commerce Committee is an authorizing committee. Sure, you can get up here and say, we're going to authorize this program because we care about all the programs under the Support Act. You can say that, but it's meaningless. It makes no sense for us to authorize or reauthorize a program, whether it's substance use, abuse, or whatever it is, and give the impression to the public that somehow we're accomplishing something by authorizing or reauthorizing a program where there's going to be no agency to carry it out, no money, no staff. I just think it's just not fair. It's trying to give the impression that you're doing something when in fact you're not. And I feel obligated to expose that and to say, no, we're not going to vote for this hollow bill that actually does nothing, because it gives the impression that we're doing something that we're not. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This isn't a hollow exercise. This is our opportunity. It's our opportunity to say these programs are important to us. Article 1 of the Constitution clearly gives us legislative authority. It's all legislative authority will vest in the Congress of the United States. We authorize these programs. I don't think the answer is to say we believe in these programs, therefore we're not going to vote to authorize them because we don't believe they're going to be carried out. It's our job to authorize them, to work the appropriations process, and then to do the oversight to make sure these are implemented. If the White House and the President can do this more efficiently, I'm all about doing them more efficiently. But our job is to ensure that the mission is accomplished, and if they can do that with different agencies, we need to have that debate. I think that's important. But it starts with authorizing the program, and in this case, reauthorizing the program. Mr. Speaker, I just want you to know there are no reasons to vote against this in substance. In the language of this bill that we have before us was negotiated by both the House and the Senate, with the Democratic leaders and the Republican leaders in the House and the Senate. So it was bipartisan discussions, it's bicameral discussions. That's the text of the bill before us. And so what we're here today is not a hollow move. That's not it at all. We're here today to say these are important to us. If you have discussions with what's important or what's not important, the first thing we need to do is come together as a House and say these issues are important to us as a House. Let's get this bill through the Senate and put it on the President's desk. And I strongly believe the President will sign this bill because he believes, as we all believe, that people are hurting. They're hurting with substance use disorder. You have the supply coming across the border that he's shutting down and trying to shut down, but we also have to deal with the demand side, and not just to slow down the demand, which is important, but change people's lives, because when they're with substance use disorder, it is just chaotic on themselves, on the families in which they live, and the friends that they have. And this truly changes people's lives. It's a bipartisan bill, bipartisan everything in it is bipartisan, been discussed, and I just encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, reauthorize these provisions, fight for them to get them through the Senate, put them on the president's desk, and then fight for their authorizations through the appropriations process as well. And I'm committed to doing that, and I look forward to hopefully a bipartisan vote on this bill. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee, print 119-4, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill, as amended, shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 119-130. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be read, or shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-130, offered by Mr. Bresnahan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 458, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on my amendment to the H.R. 2483, the SUPPORT Act. Opioid, like fentanyl, are incredibly dangerous. Last year, our nation lost just over 80,000 people to drug overdoses. That is 220 per day. In my home state of Pennsylvania, someone dies of a drug overdose every 2 hours. As we work to stop these dangerous drugs from entering the country, it's important we make available the necessary resources to reverse opioid overdoses as they happen. Emergency opioid overdose reversal drugs are a lifeline, having the ability to save so many lives. Currently, HHS regulations refer to certain name brand drugs, such as Narcan, which can limit usage of other versions that may be more readily available. My amendment would require HHS regulations or guidance documents to include any opioid overdose reversal drug approved by the FDA when referring to these emergency drugs. This will expand and ensure better access to these life-saving drugs. I lost my 16-year-old cousin to a drug overdose. It is incredibly important to me that we are not limiting access to these resources. By adjusting current regulations and language, we are protecting our children, our families, and our communities. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to save lives and support this amendment. I reserve the remaining part of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Does anyone seek time in opposition? The gentleman from New Jersey seek time in opposition?
I have no statement to make with regard to the legislation.
Okay.
Okay. To claim time in opposition, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Without objection?
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Again, I'm not speaking on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-130, offered by Mrs. Kiggins of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment. More than 50 million American adults consider themselves to be in recovery from a substance use disorder or mental health condition. In order to ensure that more patients can reach recovery, we must bolster treatment integration and wraparound services for patients suffering from substance use disorder and addiction. This amendment directs the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology to convene a public roundtable to examine the use of electronic health records among certain providers and issue a report of the findings. This would better inform policymakers about the existing landscape and uptake of certain providers utilizing electronic health records. In closing, I urge support of this important amendment as well as the underlying bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I would claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
But I have no statement to make at this time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130.
No one's. Oh, here she is.
You gotta go. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-130, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, and an member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may use.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to beg for your consideration and support of my amendment to address something that happened with the reconciliation bill that changed the 1115 waiver. Now, this sounds incredibly wonky. An 1115 waiver to Medicaid is something that we're not going to be able to go home and talk to constituents about what we were able to do for them. Nobody knows what the 1115 waiver is. But when you talk about the impacts that this has made, this is especially impactful when it comes to Colorado and what we've been able to do to address the opioid epidemic. In Colorado, we were able to utilize the 1115 waiver by proving that by covering substance use disorder treatment, we could save money over time. What happened in the reconciliation bill was language that said you actually had to prove that it was cost neutral upfront and that you couldn't prove the cost savings over time.
What this language will do, it will take our ability in Colorado away to utilize this waiver that has drawn down hundreds of millions of dollars for substance use disorder treatment. In fact, we were the second in the nation to implement this waiver, and a total of 37 states now take advantage of this. And 83% of people who are treated in the rural parts of Colorado and across the nation are on Medicaid. So this will significantly impact red states, blue states, and especially the rural places across the United States. Like many people, my family has been impacted by the opioid epidemic. When I was just 6 years old, my mom hurt her back. She was overprescribed opioids and became addicted, like so many Americans. Through my struggle fighting to save my mom's life, I saw how broken our system was, and that's when I worked as a state legislator to change that. What I saw in my mom's fight when she was overdosing at a high rate when fentanyl started coming into the supply chain, and she was begging for help with nowhere to go, was that Medicaid did not cover substance use disorder treatment. You actually had to go through this waiver process. And I ultimately was able, I watched my mom being churned in and out of the ER, being kept alive in the ICU in critical condition. And the state of Colorado and the federal government spent over $1 million in 1 year keeping her alive in the ER while denying her access to the care that she so desperately sought. And I was finally able to go through a very complicated court order process to get her the care covered that she needed. My mom now is about to celebrate 8 years in recovery. She works at one of the places that saved her life and gives back to the community. She is a taxpayer. She's an example of what's possible when we actually invest in people and give them the care that they need. And because of her story, we were able to implement this waiver to really increase our capacity as a state to address the opioid crisis. We know that more people have died than all world wars combined. And these are people that we didn't have to lose if we actually had the system to support them. By rolling back this language, you are decimating the substance use disorder treatment across the United States in 37 states, and many right now who are in process of applying for the waiver and looking to Colorado as an example. So this would mean less than hundreds of millions of dollars of treatment that we would be denied. The first year alone, we treated 58,000 people with the care that they needed in Colorado. And this is 5 years with implementation. It's the reason why we now have a 35% reduction in overdose deaths in Colorado. It is overwhelmingly the reason. And I want to tell you why addressing the Medicaid barriers is so important. People who struggle with a substance use disorder, this brain disease, it increases the likelihood of a decrease in employment. And so 80 to 90% of people who are struggling with a substance use disorder qualify for Medicaid. So when you don't cover the treatment that they need, the health care that they need, and you also dismantle the healthcare system that they're relying on, the people that are the most vulnerable, you are disproportionately impacting this community. And so on a day when we are working on ensuring that some of the critical programs at the federal level are funded in this bill, that is an important piece of this, we also have to support the structure and the payment system that supports the people on the ground who are doing this work. It took us years to bring the study, bring the waiver, prove that this would be cost savings over time, and implement it. And with that, thank you. I will, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has no time remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really appreciate my friend from Colorado's hard work on this issue and a leader in Congress on substance use disorder. I actually didn't know the story of my friend from Colorado's mother, and certainly when you're touched by an issue, you certainly become passionate about it, and I greatly appreciate her passion on the issue. On the Section 115 waivers are important to the Medicaid program, and states are the laboratories for democracy, and 1115 waivers provide key state flexibility to test new authorities and ideas in the Medicaid program. In substance use order alone, 115 waivers were pivotal in early efforts to lift the IMD exclusion, an obsolete edifice of the Medicaid program that undermines access to mental health care and substance use disorder care by only allowing for Medicaid to reimburse for care in inpatient facilities with fewer than 16 beds. Under President Trump's guidance in 2018, states were able to use 1115 waivers to waive the IMD exclusion, expand access to care as the opioid epidemic began to grow worse. After 5 years of state experimentation with 1115 waivers to lift the IMD exclusion, Congress stepped in and ultimately lifted the IMD exclusion. We took on that initiative in 2023 alongside the rest of the Support Act, and were able to get that signed into law even when the Senate blocked the rest of the Support Act because it was important to get it done. 1115 waivers have been on the books for decades, and states have used them in a multitude of ways to transform the Medicaid program. A key tenet of those waivers, though, is that they have to be budget neutral. This wasn't a problem when 1115 waivers are used to lift the IMD exclusion. States were able to clearly demonstrate how early access to care reduced emergency room services. Nonetheless, the Biden administration, in their use of 1115 waiver authorities, and put forth new guidance that allowed states to rely on so-called hypothetical expenditures that let states spend Medicaid dollars on services that were over budget and unrelated to the core functions of the Medicaid program. Some examples of this included paying for air conditioning systems for beneficiaries, for providing for payments for legal support for beneficiaries. This isn't to say that HVAC system in a hot climate or legal supports aren't important or may have some potential relation to someone's health, but they fall far outside the scope of what Medicaid is intended for, and they open the door for states to draw down federal funds for services that are oftentimes entirely funded by the states. In 2023, as the then subcommittee chairman for Energy and Commerce's Health Subcommittee, I raised concerns with that direction with the Biden administration. They were moving towards these waivers. Specifically to CMS, I wrote, and I quote, "The committee is also concerned about the potential for fraud, waste, and abuse in the calculation and application of states' budget neutrality limits under the 1115 Medicaid waivers," unquote. As chairman of the full committee, those concerns remain. And 2 weeks ago, House Republicans began to take steps to address this. In the bill that we passed, the reconciliation bill, we included key language to require stricter adherence to the budget neutrality requirements for 1115 waivers. And it doesn't matter if the president's Democrat or Republican who's proving these waivers, it needs to be budget neutrality. And we need to be good stewards for programs like Medicaid and to make sure that its spending is physically responsible manners and that we aren't just writing blank checks to states and spend money however they choose. I will close by saying I greatly appreciate the leadership my friend from Colorado has shown, a leader in this House, in ensuring that we deal with as much as we possibly can in every way possible substance use disorder. I just believe we need to stick to the budget neutrality, and I oppose the amendment, and I will yield back my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
And Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-130, offered by Mr. Whitman of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment. In 2018, the Substance Use Disorder Prevention that promotes opioid recovery and treatment for patients and communities, otherwise known as the SUPPORT Act, was signed into law. In the years since, the bill has provided states and localities with the tools to combat the opioid crisis. The crisis, the scourge of this nation, that as of 2024 took the lives of nearly 80,000 Americans. That's nearly 240 Americans every day last year. Folks, that's equivalent to a jet airliner crashing every day. And if that were happening every day, it would make the headlines. People would be up in arms saying, what are we doing about air safety? Which we should be doing that, but we should also be addressing issues with the opioid crisis. While I'm encouraged to see that number beginning to recede, it's still way too high. The number drop in 2023 is a good direction, but there's still lots of work to be done. That's why today I rise in support of an amendment to H.R. 2483, the SUPPORT Act. This amendment would require the Department of Health and Human Services to convene a public hearing to improve awareness of, access to, and information related to funding opportunities related to mental health and SUD programs within SAMHSA, S-A-M-H-S-A. This would be a review, not only of current funding activities, but future funding activities. These activities would increase much-needed awareness of important tools within states and localities. Many times there are tools there that people are not aware of or local governments aren't aware of. This is going to expand that and make sure that everybody's aware of the full scope of tools that are available to address the scourge of this fentanyl crisis. By closing this knowledge gap, we're going to help patients, providers, and families with key access. And again, it's about getting treatment for this addiction. This is a very debilitating addiction. It is a biochemical addiction. It is something that takes a lot of effort in order to separate people from that addiction. And this effort saves lives. It makes a difference in families. The families that have been victimized by this addiction crisis will tell you how debilitating it is, not just to their loved ones, but also to families. I mean, this crushes families and the things that they have to endure, and the folks that have this biochemical addiction to opioids. Madam Speaker, in closing, I urge support of this important amendment as well as the underlying bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I move that the committee do now rise.
Question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Yes. Madam Chair.
You'll read that.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2483, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2483 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 458 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 2483. Will the gentleman from Texas, Judge Moran, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 2483, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 84, H.R. 2483, a bill to reauthorize certain programs that provide for opioid use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 119-130, offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-130, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Vote the yeas are 213, the nays are 213, with 0 answering present. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 2483 and pursuant to Resolution 458, our report, the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 2483 and pursuant to House Resolution 458 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The noes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to reauthorize certain programs that provide for opioid use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery, and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes.
Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from New
On
Jersey?
that, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote. Do I gavel?
On this vote, the yeas are 366, the nays are 57, with 0 answering present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. He's Wisconsin. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 469, resolution permitting official photographs of the House of Representatives to be taken while the House is in actual session on a date designated by the Speaker.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House the following joint enrolled resolution.
House Joint Resolution 88, joint resolution providing congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to California State Motor Vehicle and Engine Pollution Control Standards, Advanced Clean Cars 2, waiver preemption, notice of decision.
The House will come to order. Chair would ask members to please take conversations outside. We'll now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute.
Just a moment. The House will come to order. Majority Leader has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, we say goodbye to a longtime member of Team Scalise, Michael Comer. Before joining Team Scalise, Michael began his career working with the Education and Workforce Committee. Michael has been a valuable member of my team for the past 7 years, starting as my digital director before moving up to Deputy Communications Director. From taking incredible videos and photos and designing eye-catching graphics to teaching other Hill staffers how they can best produce great content for members of Congress, Michael's inspiring creativity and work ethic have been a major contribution, not only to my team, but to the entire Republican conference as a whole. As every Republican on Capitol Hill knows, if you have a question on how to use digital media, equipment, or just create something that stands out, you ask Michael Comer. Many of you on the floor here today have taken pictures of his slides during conference or asked for a graphic or a video he put together. He is an expert at conveying an important message in an interesting, creative, and attention-grabbing way. I appreciate everything he's done for my team and the House Republican Conference, and I know his experience and his expertise will be a major asset in his next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I wish him well. Thanks again, and congratulations to Michael Comer.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and examine.
The gentleman is recognized.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the amazing James Brown III of Wilson, North Carolina, for not just one, but 2 remarkable achievements. James is graduating as the valedictorian of his class at Wilson Preparatory School. And if that's not enough, he's doing so with perfect attendance that dates all the way back to kindergarten. Yes, kindergarten. Using his words, James said, "I promised my grandmother that I would do well in school, and that's what I'm going to do." his late grandmother, Annie Pitt, would be so proud of James, as we all are. James, thank you for keeping your promise to your grandma. You've earned the title of the hardest working student in Eastern North Carolina's class of 2025. Congratulations to the entire class. And as I think about your future, I feel good. Now, James, keep making Grandma Annie proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 23rd anniversary of an exceptional U.S. Army entity at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama, the Prototype Integration Facility, also known as the PIF. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the facility is named after Dr. Larry O. Daniel, a beloved late grandfather of one of my district staffers. Operated out of the DEVCOM Aviation Missile Center, the PIF has been the Army's premier provider of rapid prototyping and integrated hardware for aviation and missile programs since opening its doors in June of 2002. The PIF personifies fast, efficient contracting, benefiting from its unique government-owned, government-operated, and contractor-supported model. I encourage the Army to keep this effort going and to apply this same contracting concept more broadly. Lastly, to the PIF team, thank you and happy anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the lady is recognized. The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the life of a dedicated public servant and civil rights champion, former Mayor Horace Johnson, Sr. of Hillsborough, North Carolina. Mayor Johnson was a trailblazer in every sense of the word. As the first black mayor of Hillsborough, his election marked a historic moment, not just for the town, but for the broader movement toward equity and representation in government, inspiring generations of future leaders. Mayor Johnson's legacy reaches far beyond his title. He was a lifelong advocate for civil rights, school integration, and voting access, values that he upheld not only in word but in action. He understood that government could be a force for good and always led with integrity, wisdom, and compassion. And throughout his many years of public service and leadership, the town of Hillsborough became not just more inclusive, but more forward-thinking, more resilient, and more just. I joined the town of Hillsborough in mourning the loss of a true pillar of our community, and I offer my deepest condolences to Mayor Johnson's family, loved ones, and the entire community during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Katie Ancrom. Katie is a junior at Portsmouth City Schools and a member of the Lady Trojans softball team who recently recorded her 300th career strikeout. In the 2024-2025 season, Katie pitched over 136 innings and recorded 145 strikeouts. In addition to her success on the mound, Katie has been effective at the plate with over the course of her career. She boasts a .332 on-base percentage and has driven in over 40 runs. Beyond her success on the softball field, Katie is also a member of the Lady Trojans volleyball team. In 2024, she was named first team all-conference, and she logged 42 kills. Katie's athletic achievement reflects her God-given talents and all the hard work she has put into improving her craft. Youth sports have played an important role in the history of our nation. They teach young people how to be hardworking, detail-oriented, and resilient. Katie's experience as a team leader has prepared her to be a leader in life, and I'm excited to see what she accomplishes beyond high school. Katie, all of Southern Ohio is proud of your accomplishments. If you have any tips for me before I play in the upcoming congressional baseball game, I will gladly take them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my constituents and the thousands of folks that have called our office begging Congress not to cut their health care or their food assistance, all to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. One of the calls came from a single mother who just moved to Cincinnati to escape domestic violence. She's raising a daughter with disabilities and relies on Medicaid and food assistance. She relies on both to survive. There's a 62-year-old woman on a fixed income. Food assistance is the only way she has enough food. These stories matter because Trump and congressional Republicans are pushing this bill that cuts $300 billion from food assistance, over $1 trillion from health care. 16 million Americans will lose their health care. Why? To pay for tax cuts for the super wealthy and big corporate investors. It's a terrible bill. It's deeply unpopular. It will cost people their lives. Kill the bill, save Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to address the House for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a true American patriot, Mr. Lois Virgil Sander, known to his friends as LV. Born on June 6th, the day we celebrate as D-Day, Mr. Speaker. He was born on June 6, 1925. This Friday, he will celebrate an incredible milestone, 100 years of life, liberty, and his pursuit of happiness because of his love for this great, great nation. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Sadler is a proud member of the greatest generation. When our country called during World War II, he answered without hesitation, serving honorably in the United States Coast Guard as ship's serviceman barber, 3rd class. He put his hands to work and his heart into service, just like so many of the men and women of that time who built the great America we know today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I worry that too many have forgotten that spirit that Mr. Sadler has, the grit, the patriotism, the unwavering belief in American exceptionalism. But Mr. Sadler reminds us, he reminds us all what it means to serve, to sacrifice, and to live a meaningful life in the greatest country on earth. He remains active in his community, and today we join together to celebrate his life, his service, and his century of American greatness. Happy 100th birthday, LV. God bless you, and God bless these United States. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the big, ugly bill, which even Elon Musk has called, and I quote, a disgusting abomination, end quote. The big, ugly bill undermines the programs millions of Americans rely on to survive, like health care and food assistance. But perhaps less discussed is that it will increase your energy bills. Right now, 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their electricity bills, and according to a recent report in the New York Times, this bill will make it worse. The big, ugly bill ends tax credits to promote clean energy and will increase household energy costs by up to $415 a year. On top of that, ending the tax credits will lead to thousands of job losses nationwide, red states, blue states. This comes as demand for electricity is surging, driving up costs even more. Everyone in this body talks a good game about lowering costs, but when the time came to actually do something about costs, my House colleagues voted to put big oil CEOs over the American people. I urge my friends in the Senate to fix this mess and actually lower energy prices for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I have good news for Californians. Today is the beginning of the end of high-speed rail, the biggest public infrastructure disaster in U.S. history. A few months ago, I joined Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy in Los Angeles to announce an investigation and compliance review into the state's high-speed rail project. And today, we got the results. That the state, with respect to $4 billion in grants that it took, is woefully out of compliance with the conditions of those grants. And fundamentally, the audit found that this project has no viable path forward. Of course, we've known that for a long time. They've spent $17 billion and haven't laid any track. The New York Times found the project is not on track to be completed this century and will be $100 billion over budget. They initially told us that we'd have an LA to San Francisco high-speed train by the year 2020. Now, even the modest initial segment from Bakersfield to Merced is going to miss its 2033 deadline. And even if the train were to magically come into existence today, it would be decades-old technology. It is time to end this embarrassment for our state once and for all and use our transportation dollars in ways that will actually benefit the quality of life of Californians. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize Lisa Gissendanner, who retired recently as the Canton Program Coordinator for the Ohio State University Young Scholars Program, as this week's Champion of the Week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Throughout her career, Lisa helped and supported countless students in Canton City schools who aspired to be the first member of their family to attend college. Through her work, she has made a lasting impact on our community, undoubtedly inspiring many more to strive for higher education. The Young Scholars Program fosters generational change by instilling a college-going culture in underserved areas, inspiring younger siblings and peers to pursue higher education. For her outstanding devotion, Lisa earned the respect and esteem of many, and in the wake of her departure, I know her numerous contributions will not be forgotten. I am confident that her fine character and decisive leadership will be sorely missed. Again, I want to thank Lisa Gissendanner for her distinguished career serving our community and congratulate her for being this week's Congressional 13th District Champion of the Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize United Way of the Bradford area as they celebrate 100 years of dedicated service to our community. Since 1925, the United Way chapter has been a driving force in improving lives across McKean and Potter counties. From supporting food pantries, emergency shelters, to investing in youth mentorship, mental health resources, and financial literacy programs, they have touched every corner of our community. Their commitment to education, health, and financial stability ensures that families in need are never alone. United Way brings people together, nonprofits, businesses, volunteers, and donors, with a common goal to improve lives by mobilizing the caring power of communities worldwide to advance a common good. They've proven time and time again that when a community unites, anything is possible. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the staff, the board members, and the partner agencies, and countless volunteers for their compassion, leadership, and hard work, which they've made our region a better place to live, work, and raise a family. Congratulations on a century of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to speak for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 21st, Sarah and Yaron were leaving an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. They worked at the Israeli embassy and were planning their engagement, but their future together was cut short when a man yelling "Free Palestine" murdered them. This past weekend, 12 people who gather weekly to bring attention to the hostages held captive by Hamas were firebombed by an anti-Semitic terrorist in Boulder, Colorado. Committing violent acts and murder against Americans living their everyday lives is not justifiable protest. These two unconscionable tragedies in just the 2 past weeks are a product of a terrifying rise in anti-Semitism in our country. Sadly, this does not come as a surprise to the American Jewish community, who regularly face hatred and threats. According to AJC, roughly 7 in 10 Jewish adults have experienced anti-Semitism online, and 77% feel less safe in America over the past 18 months. I want to be clear. I do not stand for normalizing hate and anti-Semitism. I stand with the Jewish community in my district and around the country against these increasingly brazen attacks. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman or lady from North Dakota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a significant milestone in America's push for critical mineral independence. Last week, I joined Talon Metals to celebrate the new Beulah Minerals Processing Facility, which will process high-grade nickel and copper just like this from Talon's high-tech, environmentally friendly mine in Minnesota, and they will turn it into mineral materials for our defense, aerospace, and energy industries, all while reducing our reliance on adversaries like China and Russia. North Dakota has been abundantly blessed with natural resources, but our greatest resource is our mentality. We build, we innovate, and we solve problems, and this project is another great example of that. Congratulations to Talon Minerals and to the Beulah community for this amazing project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Patriot High School class of 2025. This year's graduating class is a remarkable group of students, including 405 students who are continuing their studies in college, 24 who are attending trade schools, 19 planning to serve in the military, and 32 who are heading straight into the workforce. And in their time at Patriot High School, this class achieved so many great things, including receiving $14.8 million in scholarship offers and winning their 8th straight basketball district championship. And to the class of 2025, whether it's in the basketball gym, class, mock trial, or on stage, I know you will carry the lessons learned during your time at Patriot High School and whatever you do next. So congratulations, class of 2025, and don't forget to thank your parents and teachers as well. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Beaufort City Schools being named among the top school districts in America. Education is one of the greatest gifts we can provide our children, and I'm proud that Georgia is receiving recognition for this honor. Beaufort City Schools ranked at number 22, achieving an overall A+ rating with A+s in nearly all categories. The top-rated public school serves 5,946 students from pre-K to 12th grade, maintaining a student-teacher ratio of 18:1. Additionally, 70% of students are at least proficient in math and 65% in reading. Thank you to the teachers and the Beaufort community for setting an example for the state of Georgia and the rest of our nation to follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the despicable anti-Semitic terror attack targeted against Jews who are marching in Boulder, Colorado in support of the hostages being held in Gaza. This horrific attack comes on the heels of another targeted anti-Semitic terror attack at the Capitol Jewish Museum here in Washington, D.C., where a hate-filled gunman murdered 2 young employees of the Israeli embassy, Yaron and Sarah. May their memories be a blessing. We must send the strongest message to those who seek refuge in our country, only to come here and commit crimes and harm innocent people. Know that your actions will not be tolerated and you will have no home here. As a member of Congress, I will continue to fight for policies that confront anti-Semitism, extremism, and hate wherever it is found. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the achievements of wrestling coach Scott Glab, the saint in the city. Scott took the Santa Ana High School coaching job in 1990 because nobody else would apply for the job. 30 years later, he's produced national high school wrestling champs, state champs, CIF wrestling champs, both boys and girls. You know, it's often said that when a person tastes success, it changes their lives forever. And Coach, you've helped thousands of students discover their inner youth, their strength, and have overcome tremendous adversity. And it's this kind of leadership that earned Scott the title Coach of the Year and a place in the California Coaches Hall of Fame. Coach, only you could see that all these kids needed was a break and somebody who cared for them. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for the positive role model that you've presented to our kids. We love you and wish you success in your retirement. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1.4 million meals have been lost at local food banks across Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. because of the short-sighted funding cuts of to the Department of Agriculture. That's 1.4 million times in the last few months alone when our neighbors couldn't get a meal when they were in need. Maybe they opted to stretch one meal into two or decided to go to bed hungry so they could afford rent. Our food banks are there for our neighbors on their hardest days, and today they are raising the alarm as they see record high demand alongside very low unemployment. But instead of solving this dire hunger problem, the Trump administration is now slashing critical funds to USDA. It's rare to have a hat trick in public policy, a program that helps our small farmers, supports our food banks, and gets healthy food into schools. Yet this administration is cutting the very funding that food banks and local schools utilize to purchase food at farms, and they are leaving our neighbors and kids with fewer healthy, affordable options. Mr. Speaker, I cannot think of a more American program that serves our community, and that's why I will continue to fight for our food banks and our neighbors. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. What purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my deep concern for the senseless defunding of FEMA and critical public safety agencies that protect our communities and strengthen our national resilience. Recent examples also include canceling classes at the National Fire Academy and defunding parts of NOAA and the Emergency Weather Service. This isn't just bad policy, it puts lives at risk. This past month, we've seen historic flooding in my district in Allegheny County, tornadoes ripping across the Midwest, wildfires burning unchecked, and hurricanes that level communities. And yet, nonsensically, the acting FEMA administrator just admitted that he didn't even realize that hurricane season existed. Well, with extreme blowback, he then said he was joking. Emergencies are no joke. What this does is really demonstrate a lack of understanding of the value of the very agencies tasked with protecting the American people. FEMA, NOAA, and the National Fire Academy are not optional items to cut. They are essential pillars of our emergency response and national security and contribute to our resilience. In my district and across the country, we must come together to act collectively in a bipartisan manner to fund and respond to national emergencies, which hit everywhere, despite zip code, circumstance, or party. I will fight for our communities and for that help in Allegheny County they need. And I urge my colleagues to also fund and support the agency that serves us faithfully every day. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor World War II veteran and D-Day survivor Papa Jake Larson for his invaluable contributions to our country. After Pearl Harbor, Jake was eager to serve his country. He enlisted in the National Guard at just 15 years old, not telling the truth about his age. He was sent to Europe, where he assisted in the planning and participated in the invasion of Normandy on D-Day, and bravely endured 6 battles, including the Battle of the Bulge. More recently, at 102 years old, Jake's storytelling on social media about his military service has earned him over 1.3 million social media followers and the nickname of Papa Jake. As we commemorate the 81st anniversary of D-Day, I'd like to extend my gratitude and respect to Jake for his extraordinary service to this country. Please join me in recognizing Papa Jake Larson for his dedicated service to America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader. The gentleman has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the floor this evening, and we'll make an opportunity for some of my colleagues also, if their schedule permits. You know, we don't get enough opportunities to speak to the American people, and I don't get enough chances to speak to my constituents back home, particularly from the House floor. And I think this is a unique opportunity that I will get to address a few things this evening. And I wanted to take a minute just to walk through big picture what we're accomplishing with this reconciliation bill, titled the One Big Beautiful Bill. And just walk through some of the provisions. I actually try my hardest back in my district to let facts rule the day and not be governed and be manipulated by a lot of rhetoric about this particular type of work. I'm going to take you back, Mr. Speaker, to my first election, when I first decided to run for Congress. It was the end of January 2020. We'd never heard of the term COVID before. We had seen a tax reform bill take place at the end of 2017 that people couldn't really wrap their heads around. I was working for a consulting firm, and I remember talking to some of the partners at the firm. I was a principal at the time. I was actually probably an engagement manager at the time, and I remember them saying, like, we're going to see a significant tax decrease. We're going to have, if this bill goes through, we're going to have a substantial amount of extra discretionary money. What are we going to do with it? And this is going to be significant. More so, many of our clients that we served, we're going to all of a sudden see just some discretionary income that they would now be able to use. They had to figure out what they were going to do. This wasn't a client of ours, but in the aftermath of that bill, this is what I understand they took place. When they had a corporate tax rate decrease, they have shown me their books, and the areas that they prioritized was to increase wages for their frontline workers. They said every single person at the firm got a pay increase. They grew real wage growth without massive inflation that takes place sometimes under a reconciliation bill, like I'll point to the American Rescue Plan that took place when Democrats took control of the White House, House, and Senate. We saw the worst inflation that we've seen in my lifetime under the guise of, kind of a COVID relief package. But that company that had some tax pressure removed from their books, they went straight to their employees. They went and created wage growth opportunities. The other thing that they did, they had extra discretionary income to take to their immediate community in which they worked and bought ambulances for their emergency response in the community. This is the type of stuff that happened across the country post-2017 when you saw a significant economic boon in the U.S. The other thing that happened, so years prior to 2017, you saw a lot of companies decide, there's favorable tax rates elsewhere. Oftentimes in countries in Europe, there's a tax provision that was done in 2017. It's called FDII, the intangible income piece. And the intellectual property you can establish overseas at a lower tax rate than what we were doing here in the U.S., we decided, why don't we make our rates in the U.S. competitive? That provision alone immediately stopped the term company inversion, where U.S. companies were taking their revenue to other countries. Instead, they decided, hey, we have a more favorable rate here, we'll bring it back. Most multinational companies, most U.S.-based companies, a lot of times foreign companies, they want to be based here. And all we did with that rate was say, hey, we're going to make that rate competitive. And with that, they repatriated their money back to the U.S. So when I talk to town hall participants, regular constituent meetings, I highlight that when you make taxes competitive, you get companies to reinvest back in the United States, and we then can grow our revenue. Companies have told us since 2017, even though they got big tax, more favorable, more fair tax, competitive tax rates, they're actually spending more money on their tax revenues to the U.S. government. So the whole concept behind Republican tax policy is to make taxes competitive against the OECD, against our allies or our adversaries, to make sure that we repatriate and keep that money in the U.S. and grow our revenues. That's why we haven't seen, even with tax cuts, you don't see a dip in what we gain from revenue. Now, we can argue all day long. You can even draw the graph. Should we be spending a higher percentage of our GDP? Should we be collecting a higher percentage of our GDP in tax revenues? 25 years ago, it was approximately 17% of GDP was what we collected in tax revenues. And at that same time, 17% of GDP was spending. In those 25 years, our spending has gone from 17% of GDP to approximately 26% of GDP. That's what our spending has done. Our revenue has actually stayed at approximately 17% through Republican and Democratic administrations. That means our revenue has continued to grow, but it actually stays consistent as a percentage of our entire GDP, but our spending has grown up to 26%. That's why you see in a Republican reconciliation bill like we passed a couple weeks ago, there is a significant portion of that bill that is spending cuts, offsets to spending, revenue increases. There is actually tax increases in a Republican bill, but overall, we're creating a very competitive tax rate that exists. Companies from 2017 on have reinvested in the U.S. and at the same time have reinvested in their communities, they've reinvested in their employees, and they've grown their presence. And most of that is set to expire at the end of this year. If we don't get a tax bill done, then you're just going to see a significant tax increase across everything. I'm going to just also talk briefly about some of the individual provisions, because that's how it's important to sort of talk about the small business, corporation, S-corps, LLCs, all the various different types of businesses that we run here in the U.S. They all get a competitive tax rate, keeping them wanting to invest here in America and reinvesting in their business. And if they can reinvest in their business, they can actually grow overall tax receipts because of the concept of economic growth. Okay, so the individual side. This is something that my Democrat colleagues oftentimes overlook. They oftentimes talk about, oh, this is just some tax giveaway to the billionaires. And I've never seen anybody actually pinpoint and show me where this is targeted towards giving the billionaires some type of tax relief. Probably the largest portion of this tax reconciliation bill is what's called the standard deduction. The standard deduction is taken advantage of by over 90% of Americans. This is what simplifies our tax code. So when you show up to do your taxes for that year, you're automatically given a dollar figure that you can deduct from your income, from your taxable income. And in 2017, that number was doubled. So we said to middle income filers, lower income filers, hey, really, we want to give you a significant deduction, and we're going to double that standard deduction. It hasn't been done for a while. We do increase this to a really healthy amount. And that simply means that individual and married filing jointly can look at their tax bill and say, hey, we're going to offset our taxable income by $30,000 in a lot of cases. That's a significant benefit to them because that helps lower their overall tax liability and puts money directly back in their pocket. But guess what? It doesn't help the wealthy. The wealthy itemize their taxes. They make they will probably have more mortgage interest to write off than they will that $30,000 standard deduction, if you will. And all of a sudden you see, like, okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see how the standard deduction actually affects middle and lower income Americans. Okay, but then why in the world do my Democrat colleagues keep repeating this constant, like, I think it might have just been something they saw in some polling that said, hey, it works well if you just say this is just tax cuts for the wealthy. Look at this. Look at the child deduction, the child tax credit. Sorry, if you have a child under the age of 17, prior to 2017, it was $1,000 that you were able to deduct from your taxable income. Republicans in 2017 doubled it, and they set that amount for 8 years, and that is what expires at the end of this year. So if Republicans don't act, that number goes back to 1,000. So everybody that votes against this bill is saying, yeah, I'm okay with that number going back to 1,000. So we actually, in this bill, repeat that $2,000 amount per child, but we did something unique, and we're going to index it to inflation, stuff that we should always be thinking about doing in any type of tax policy. We're indexing it to inflation, and we actually added on an enhancement to it. So you're able to, for the next 4 years, take a $2,500 deduction if you're investing and if you're building a family, you've got young kids. This is a big expense, and we're giving that tax relief to families so we can continue to grow our next generation. But the unique part is, in 4 years or so, when that extra $500 enhancement is up for renewal, we will have already grown the $2,000 to be at approximately that level. And so what we're doing is we're really doing right by individuals that are doing the right thing by investing and investing in our future and raising kids. Those two things are the biggest items of this entire bill. And then to go and say there's just some tax giveaway to the wealthy, it just flies in the face of reality. It might poll well, I guess, but it's just disheartening to see something that I actually believe most all members of Congress believe in: a simplified, higher standard deduction, increased child tax credit, which covers the vast majority of the cost of this bill. And then you get to things that actually help individuals that we're doing this with our research and development, helping small business to be able to grow and have that discretionary income. There's just so much here, and I love to be able to kind of in long form talk a little bit about the specifics, because too often these become one-liners or a tweet here or there that says this or that, and we're being as responsible as you possibly can by making this bill deficit neutral. We will see growth in our economy because of it, and you will see historic decreases in our overall expenditure and spend, and at the same time, policies that will drive economic growth. And so with that, Speaker, I would like to, yield the time, so much time as he may consume, to my good friend and also my chairman of the Budget Committee, who tirelessly works on all of these issues, to share a few words with us this evening. And I, again, thank him for his dedication and time and investing in me as a member of his committee to help bring me up in the ways of doing the right thing for the right cause and all these things related to tax, spending, and such. And I yield that time to Mr. Arrington from the Permian Basin, the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is a dear friend, not only to me, but to my children. And my children don't know him well. They've met him. But the reason he's a friend to my children and to your children and grandchildren is because he is fighting for their future. He cares about this nation. He believes that we are on an unsustainable fiscal path. And he believes if we don't intervene, we will not only jeopardize our economic strength, but our national security, our global leadership, and God forbid a sovereign debt crisis. Certainly we would rob our children of their freedom and opportunities in this great land. So thank you, Mr. Moore, for your leadership on the committee. Thank you for your strong voice and vision, and most of all for your courage to do the right thing, not only for our citizens and our constituents of today, but for generations of Americans who, by the way, would inherit the whirlwind of our recklessness in terms of the unbridled spending and unsustainable debt if we don't step up in this historic moment. Let me make a comment about some of the things that Mr. Moore was mentioning in his remarks. Let's do a comparison and contrast with our Democrat colleagues when they had control of both chambers in the White House. They too used the tool of budget reconciliation to advance what was their partisan Democrat agenda. They spent over the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat control, they added $8 trillion to the national debt. And they did it by expanding the federal government, offering Obamacare to people making hundreds of thousands of dollars, price fixing in the drug markets and having premiums go up on seniors. They did it by expanding the IRS by 80,000 IRS agents and by offering tax subsidies to green energy corporations to the tune of $850 billion. So, when they had the tool of budget reconciliation and unified Democrat leadership, that was what they offered to the American people. More spending, more debt, more government, less freedom. We have the tool and the unified Republican control of both chambers, and we're investing in border security and defense because we believe the safety and security of the American people is job number one. Like providing the common defense is the first and most important job of the federal government. Secondly, we're spending money to allow hardworking American families to keep more of their money and to incentivize investment, growth, job creation, wage increase, because we have been sputtering along because of the failed economic policies of my Democrat colleagues in the Biden-Harris administration and their unbridled, reckless spending. So there's your comparison. One gives you more government with more spending and debt, and the other has a completely offset with a modest reduction in deficit spending, a 10-point reduction in debt to GDP, and we have the largest tax cut, the largest spending cut, the largest investment in border and defense in the history of this country, the most significant commitment to unlocking American energy resources in our nation's history. I'm very proud of what we did, Mr. Moore, in this bill. There's so much to talk about, but let me, in defense of some of the myths and false claims that are propagated to suggest that this bill will somehow increase the debt, is totally false, and is using a baseline, a CBO score, with a growth assumption based on the last 4 years, the policies and laws of the last 4 years. I think 1.8% growth is actually generous considering the last 4 years and the economic policies of our Democrat colleagues. What we did was we assumed a growth rate not based on CBO or JCT or any other predictive modeling. We said the best way to predict future achievement is past performance. What did President Biden have as an annual average growth rate? What did President Trump achieve? On average, Biden was at 2.7. If you control for COVID, you control for COVID. Then Trump had a 2.8% annual average. Since World War II, the annual average has been a little over 3%. We picked a conservative number, but we know we'll outperform it with good energy policies, work incentives, deregulation, America First trade, and locking in low taxes from TCJA. Well, that 2.6 annual average, that conservative growth assumption, will yield $2.5 trillion over the 10-year budget window. If you stack the spending reforms, which, by the way, are the deepest cuts by 2 times in our nation's history, you add the two, you totally offset the cost of border, of defense, and any cost associated with reducing taxes. So it's fiscally responsible. It will do the two things that you primarily need to do in order to restore the fiscal health of this country and put it on a stable path and prevent or stave off a debt crisis of some magnitude. And that is, it grows the economy. It deals with economic growth, which brings revenue to the Treasury. 1% growth over the projections of CBO is $3 trillion against the deficit. And it starts to bend the curve on deficit spending. Now, is this going to save the country from a debt crisis in the future and address the $120 trillion unfunded liabilities in 30-year cumulative projected debt? No, but this is the first in my lifetime, probably since the post-World War II era, when we were coming out of the same level of indebtedness, a debt to GDP of around 120%. It's the first time since then, and in my lifetime, we've taken a meaningful step with growth and spending reforms to start bending the debt to GDP curve and start turning this Titanic before it sinks and we do irreparable harm to our nation and our kids' future. So we have to rinse and repeat this process. There are no silver bullets. There is no one reconciliation bill. Even in generations past, coming out of comparable debt after World War II, it took 2 decades. And that was an easier exercise in reducing spending because it was mainly defense after a war. We're talking about entitlement spending. We're talking about a lot of promises made to a lot of people, and we're talking about $2 trillion we're borrowing now annually to pay for those promises. 50 cents on the dollar of which is just servicing the debt or our interest payments. So, we've got work to do, Mr. Moore. Nobody knows that better than you. No one also has called out the fact and reality that at some point with some of the larger mandatory spending programs, we're going to need Democrats and Republicans to join forces, put the nation first, solve the problems of sustainability and solvency of programs like Social Security and Medicare that our seniors depend on so that they can have a peace of mind and so that our children can actually expect the same safety nets and the same opportunities in this country. It will take tremendous political courage. Nobody has that more than my friend Blake Moore. He speaks the truth, and he has said this is his top priority since he was sworn in his first term, and he has made good on that pledge and promise. And I believe that if we continue to do the things that we're doing in the one big beautiful bill, and we join forces like Ronald Reagan did with Tip O'Neill, which was the last time that Social Security was addressed and the solvency was addressed, I think, quite frankly, it's an opportunity made for President Trump. He is the greatest deal maker we've ever had in the Oval Office. When I was a freshman and he was recently elected, he did what nobody thought we could do. He revamped and restructured our biggest trade relationship and trade agreement, I guess, with our two biggest partners, Canada and Mexico, known as NAFTA. And we had USMCA, and our trade activity, our jobs, and wages in agriculture and manufacturing have gone up since. And we had overwhelming bipartisan support. So I've seen President Trump in action. I believe this will be not just a tremendous legacy, I think it would be the biggest legacy. So let's reignite growth. Let's rein in some of the spending and root out the waste, fraud, and abuse in these programs. And let's reinvest in our sons and daughters in uniform who do the most difficult and dangerous job. But let's look not where the puck is, but where the puck is going, as they say in hockey. Why would I know anything about hockey? I'm from Plainview, Texas. We don't play hockey in West Texas, but I always love that analogy. You got to skate to where the puck is going. And while we're doing these things in the short run, in this budget window, in this decade, let's look out and let's be leaders and let's address those things that we know are coming, and that debt crisis that looms large, and let's extend the hand of bipartisanship to our friends and Democrat colleagues, again, for the sake of this country, like my hero who inspired me to get involved in politics, Ronald Reagan did, back in the day. I said, I want to be like that guy. And it was for a lot of reasons. And I just got back from the Economic Forum out there in California, saw the museum, and I was reminded of what a statesman leader he was, and how he was the right person to work with Tip O'Neill and our Democrat colleagues to do something really big that hasn't been done in 40 plus years. So, Mr. Moore, thank you for the opportunity to address our colleagues, and thank you for your leadership in conference leadership on the Budget Committee and Ways and Means. It's an honor to work with you. God bless our great country, and let's get that one big beautiful bill and that America First vision that's wrapped in that reconciliation bill, and let's get it to the President's desk, and most importantly, let's make it a reality for the people we serve and for the country we love. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the Permian Basin. Just to quickly recap, I love the concept that he juxtaposes two opportunities. And you know, it's interesting in our political environment from 2017 to 2021 to 2025, we have seen the White House, House, and Senate flip completely 3 times. I think that's a little bit unprecedented. You had times where you mentioned with Reagan where there was a sustained period of Democrat control of Congress, but there was, you know, Republicans in the White House and vice versa. But to flip the White House, House, and Senate 3 times in the last 8 years is unprecedented, and it gives us a unique opportunity, though. Go look at TCJA, and then go look at ARPA, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, American Rescue Plan. Created the wage growth, no inflation. Those are consistent things that took place from TCJA when tax reform took place with Republicans. American Rescue Plan was stimulus spending masquerading as COVID relief spending, but it was just massive amounts of monetary policy added to the system, and there is only one equation, and that is inflation. Look at the difference between what inflation is and real wage growth. Those are the 2 things you have to compare, right? And so this bill basically takes 2017 and says, look, we've seen this work. Democrats looked at the tax policy in 2017 when they had the White House, House, and Senate, and they said, you know what, we like the standard deduction. We like the increased child tax credit. We like the approach to getting U.S. companies to reinvest in America. We're not going to touch it. They had an opportunity to change all the things that they say are so bad in this bill. They didn't touch any of the core tax policies from 2017 to today. They expired at the end of this year. Republicans are going to go at it alone. We're going to make sure that we extend this out, give companies, give families some consistency. But all you have to do is juxtapose those 2 bills, TCJA and American Rescue Plan, and you make your decision based on that. That's as simple as it needs to be. Mr. Arrington likes to say a lot of things. He talks a lot. He's very verbose, if you would. But to mention my leadership, I very much appreciate the sentiment, but I've been watching and following him. He's my committee chair and has extremely strong leadership in the conference, and I just wanted to express my appreciation and downplay the fact that he's just blowing smoke there sometimes when he says it about me. I would like to get to some real substantive remarks now with my colleague from the great state of North Dakota. I yield her so much time as she may consume to Ms. Fedorchak.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate your leadership and Mr. Arrington's leadership. Both of you are great mentors to me as a new member, and I hope to aspire to be as strong as you are someday. Working class families, seniors on fixed incomes, farmers growing our food, restaurant waitresses working double shifts, law enforcement officers putting in overtime, manufacturers keeping the lights on, and border communities shouldering a burden Washington created. That's who the one big, beautiful bill is going to help. Who are these people? These aren't the millionaires and billionaires. These are everyday Americans. Despite what you hear from the Democrats and the media over and over and over again, this bill isn't tax cuts for the rich, and it's not about eliminating health care for people who need it. This one big, beautiful bill is pro-family, pro-business and worker, pro-American energy and agriculture, pro-border and national security, and above all, it is pro-growth and pro-common sense. So let me spend a few minutes talking about what that all means. Let's talk first about pro-family. My husband Mike and I have 3 children. Raising a family is one of life's greatest blessings and biggest responsibilities. Government should not make it even harder. That's why the tax relief is a top priority for Republicans of Washington and is the centerpiece of the one big, beautiful bill. This bill includes a common sense tax package that extends existing tax policy, avoiding the highest tax increase in U.S. history. That's right, This bill just extends existing tax policy, improves it, and avoids the highest tax increase in history. It also enhances tax relief for working families. This one big beautiful bill lets North Dakotans and Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. A few key provisions include increasing the child tax credit to $2,500 per child, raising the standard deduction for all filers, establishing savings accounts for newborns, and creating a new deduction on Social Security benefits for senior citizens. For the average family of 4 in North Dakota, this package will help save an estimated $1,600 in taxes. That buys about 8 weeks of groceries. This is your money staying with your family exactly where it belongs. This bill is also pro-business. The one big beautiful bill also includes a long list of reforms and investments that will make America, including our small businesses, stronger and more competitive. Our goal is to reward entrepreneurship, to reward hard work, and to grow the economy. For small businesses, we permanently increase the small business deduction to 23%. This will impact 67,000 North Dakota businesses. This bill will allow 100% immediate expensing for equipment and facility upgrades and raise the death tax exemption, helping families pass down their farm or ranch to the next generation. For workers, the one big beautiful bill significantly reduces taxes on tips and overtime. This lets servers, bartenders, and hourly workers keep more of their money. This means that waitresses working late and the factory worker picking up an extra shift will finally keep more of what they earn. It's time to bring common sense and competitiveness back to our economy, which is exactly what this bill does. I want to talk a bit about energy and agriculture, big industries for my state in North Dakota. We are slamming the brakes on the Biden administration's radical energy agenda. The one big beautiful bill repeals over $500 billion in Green New Deal style spending and boosts mineral development to reduce our reliance on China for critical materials. And it ends electric vehicle mandates and taxpayer-funded subsidies for wind and solar, a provision I have been working hard on since I arrived in Congress. I'm especially excited by the provisions in the one big beautiful bill that support our North Dakota farmers and ranchers. In addition to the tax provisions in the bill, which are very important for our farmers and ranchers, this bill significantly improves the core safety net and risk management tools by increasing reference prices and improving crop insurance. It expands flexibility for family farms to reinvest in equipment, inputs, and labor. It renews 100% expensing for capital purchases so producers can write off the cost of new machinery, infrastructure improvements, or production facilities right away. The bill also delivers on President Trump's promise to secure the border and enhance national security. This bill includes the largest investment in border security in over a generation, nearly $150 billion to secure the border and deport criminal illegal aliens. We are restoring order at the border and restocking our military. We increase pay, housing, and health care for our service members, rebuild our naval fleet, modernize our air traffic control system, and restock the munitions America needs to defend itself. And finally, this bill is pro-common sense. No more student loan bailouts. No more tax dollars for abortions or transgender surgeries on minors. No more benefits for illegal immigrants who break our laws. We're making universities pay more for from their endowments and taxing nonprofits that support terrorism. We even impose a small fee on electric vehicles because they use our roads too and should help fund the Highway Trust Fund. And it provides tax relief to Americans to exercise their Second Amendment rights, the first time in history. I was proud to help move this legislation forward because North Dakotans and all Americans are tired of waste, tired of overreach, and ready for real results from Washington. This is about more than fixing broken policies. It's about turning the page on the last 4 years of dysfunction, division, and decline, and writing a new chapter where government once again serves the people, where families can afford to grow, small businesses can afford to hire, and rural communities can thrive without interference from Washington. It's about restoring common sense, restoring accountability, and rebuilding an America where people aren't just getting by, they're getting ahead. This bill puts working families first. It reins in bureaucracy and returns power to the people where it belongs. And most importantly, this bill is just the beginning. What an exciting time. I couldn't be happier to be here working with these great leaders and bringing forward important legislation just like this to make things better for America and American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from North Dakota. I appreciate my colleagues for participating this evening. Just something historic, just something monumental. Like I was talking about in my first of my remarks, when I first ran for Congress in January of 2020, every single candidate, the entire conversation was, how do we go about extending and making permanent this tax reform that just took place in our country a few years prior, and the juice that it created for the economy and the growth that it had, and it was rising the tides of all income levels. That was the concept, and 4.5 years later, I'm sitting here on the committee, particularly regarding the tax policy, to be able to bring it up. This is a unique and really a special time. Already engaging with the Senate to make sure this can adhere and go through the Byrd rule, all the specifics of making this a reality. This is an exciting moment, and it will be monumental, and it will do so much good. I've always said as I've been involved in congressional policy making, was we live in 2-year increments, but every CEO across the country has to live in 15-year increments. They have to see what's around the corner, and we're constantly putting people at an impasse because we just keep dealing with 2-year increments of what their policies are going to be. We have to signal what the future holds with respect to tax policy, and there's nothing that would do more for sustained economic growth than this bill. Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for having us in the time this evening, and to my colleagues for being here to share their message. I yield back now. I will now yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yield? Oh, does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.